A big part of it too is like familiarity, right? Like, I mean, it's the reason that video games work even though they're on a flat screen is because you're still like familiar with what an object should look like at certain distances.
Yeah. Also, keep in mind that it's going to change your perception because you're going to have your head tilted more than it normally is, so sounds aren't going to feel like they're coming from the right place.
That is the secret for the record. It's not necessarily that you need two eyes, it's that you need two frames of reference, two positions, which is why birds move their heads a lot when they're trying to check something out because they have fixed eyes. It's so that they can tell how far away something is by viewing it from two slightly different locations.
And that's why owls have necks that are too long.
It's true. Owls can't turn their eyes. They have to turn their whole heads. Which is to say that if you are capable of moving your head, you can still fake depth perception.
Alright, so if you have no neck and you have an eye patch, you just can't do anything.
Yeah, unfortunately, Philo also has no neck.
Philo is
Or
mostly
nipples.
neck.
Or nipples. Well, that's already just a known fact. They say there's a little of all of us inside of the characters that we make, and for Philo, it's what's not there that's important. The nipples. Anyway, I should probably announce the stream or something. Hang on.
Okay, Philo was a knoll, which means he had an extra big neck and 6 nipples.
Okay, alright.
He's a boy. Boys don't have nipples.
Yeah, everybody knows that boys don't have nipples.
That's just a science fact.
I feel like you guys are lying to me.
It's a rock fact.
It's a rock fact.
Rocks don't have nipples.
Alright.
Does Geodude have nipples? Geodude has dude in his name, just no nipples.
T.O.D.
Geodude.
Geodude. Just kidding, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
He actually has nipples in the palms of his hands.
Really hate that.
No, that's
He said that the baby can't escape while it's nursing. Just grab their face.
It's like a face hugger.
Jesus Christ.
It's worse, though, if it's, on the body where the nipples would be, right? Down at the bottom, kind of just dangling there. Because then you're, dragging yourself along a mountaintop or whatever, and...
What's...
He's like a weird floating cow.
Yeah.
What's weird to me is, so right now, as we're all doing, I'm imagining a human mother with nipples in her hands.
Just grabbing
nursing, grabbing baby. But, here's the thing, though. That's a crazy, fucking insane mental image. It feels alien and bizarre. But is it actually any weirder than actual nursing?
No, I mean, honestly,
no,
it has the added attachment of the baby can't fall.
I've got one worse for you. What if a nipple opened up like a mole's nose
Okay.
and clasped onto the baby's mouth and just shot straight down its throat?
Skip the mouth entirely, just
it.
squirt milk right down the throat hole.
See, where my mind is at is, if Voltorb had nipples, where would they be?
inside the mouth.
Everywhere.
The eyes.
First of all, it would only have one.
Just a big rolling nipple.
Just the one? Oh,
Yeah.
it is a boob? Okay.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
On board.
What region is that?
Anyway, we still have some folks driving. We got some folks on their phone. But we're all here. We can get started and we'll kind of...
Enough nipple talk.
Yeah, enough about nipples.
But enough nipples. Have at thee.
When we left off, you guys had
What
fought
is
your
a
way
man but a miserable pile of nipples?
into the hero's vault in Pleiades, where you discovered that there were several ancient heroes from the time of the Outsiders and Society who are in sort of a necromantic stasis, and they are ready to be awakened using a machine that, as far as you can tell, Gale, is powered by a semblance engine, which is the device created by one of these heroes, Gerald Springtrap. His life work, his capstone project, with the intent of moving a soul from one vessel to another. In this case, moving a soul from a necromantic stasis, kind of feigned dead humanoid, into a new body or a clone of their existing body. And that is right where we left off. You guys had just kind of cleared a bunch of demons out of here, explored the area, and were deciding which of these heroes, if any, that you want to try to revive. And if not, whether you just want to take the semblance engine, fucking steal it, and leave.
I think we
Burn the
decided
place
on
down.
Jerry because he was like, "Bring me back," and then everyone else can kind of go from there.
So I think we decided pretty objectively on Jerry, and we talked about maybe also Trace because the golem that we were talking to back in the place with the Hellbrought Mind was like a golem of Trace, so he seems like
Yeah.
he knows what the fuck's going on too. So maybe the two of them, so we have at least two like sounding boards for whether it's a good idea to just wake everybody up.
Yeah. If I recall, the rationale behind Jerry was like his multi-page like plaque changes every time. Actually states that if there is a problem, I would rather deal with it in person, so that if I fail, I may die.
All right. Excellent. So it sounds like no matter what, Jerry is probably going to be the first pick. You guys have already investigated the machine. You kind of understand how it works. The basic principle is that you just need to kind of release a latch at the base of the statue of Jerry, which is, I believe, up near the top somewhere. Carry it over, and it is very heavy, but there's several of you, and a few of you are pretty strong. It is,
You're strong.
as best as you can tell, made of stone. It's like a whole sarcophagus, probably in the ballpark of, I don't know, 1,000 pounds. But with all of you put together, you can find a way to kind of cart it over to the machine, where there are two pools, one that has kind of a resting place for the sarcophagus, and then one where presumably the new body will be formed or where the body will be reborn. You do see that there's an interface there. It is all written in Undercommon. It appears pretty complex to most of you. But it seems to be the control panel for this device. Nordo, what's up?
Just for whatever it's worth, while they're all getting all that set up, Nordo obviously he can cart the heavy shit, but he has no idea how to manipulate a machine. Probably doesn't know the word machine. So while it's being activated, I'm gonna just go stand out front and see, like, I don't know, see if anything is alerted by the activation of it. If there's suddenly a bunch of eyes looking in this direction when we turn it on.
Excellent. Yeah, go ahead and give me a perception check. And while you're keeping watch, let me get Tinker's Tools or Arcana from whoever wants to try to figure out the machinery.
I'm gonna help Gale do it, because
Perfect.
Gale seems really interested.
Absolutely.
For
Advantage
no
athletics.
particular reason.
For no particular reason.
It's just a marvel of modern
Yeah,
science.
it's just fascinating
I'm
technology.
pretty sure.
36.
Fuck me, that's
41.
42, right?
What? Where? Has it been rolled already?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you had your
Oh, there it is.
proficiency, right? 6?
Yeah.
Boy. You want to
I
flash
went
that to 48?
Just for shits and giggles.
Nah, if I could get it to a
We'll
50,
do it.
I might, but
Yeah.
I'll hold on to it.
If only
Would
there
you
was
like a guidance?
Yeah,
I
guidance
only-
or a party.
I only have one more flash, so I'll hold on to them.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
I'm obligated to bring up that in our campaign on Monday, we had our highest damage roll of the whole campaign so far, and it was 69.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
And it was Sochi, appropriately.
Very appropriate.
Hot damn.
Sorry, carry on.
All right. Nordo, aware that this place is demon infested and that you just killed a very loud demon and did a bunch of stuff at a very important building, you step out front and begin to kind of survey the area. And off in the distance, every now and then, you'll see flitting demons jump from like tower to tower, just kind of on patrol. But you don't notice anything that comes nearby. And there's no sign of the Titan. You can see that all the artificial lights in the city are still on. There's kind of this just faint, dim blue light that kind of covers everything. And everything appears safe, as far as you can tell. Nothing seems to have been drawn to all of the noise that you've made here yet.
Okay, great. I'll just remain out front for a few minutes until I'm like reasonably confident that nobody's coming. And on that note, Isaac, I'm going to go put my kid to bed, so we'll be right back.
Cool. Good luck. Gale, as you step inside, while everybody else, while the strong folks are moving the sarcophagus into place and kind of latching it into the pool, and you're guiding them like, oh no, this way up, this way here, this latch goes here. You begin to really dig into this engine itself and the control mechanism, but the control mechanism just immediately makes sense to you. It was designed with simplicity in mind. It was clearly designed in such a way that someone with a brain 1,000 years later could look at it and be like, oh, okay, these are the options. This is what I need to do. I need to turn this on first. I need to move this lever, and then I need to push this button. It was designed with simplicity in mind, and you're brilliant. You're able to figure it out in a heartbeat. So, with that out of the way, you can kind of begin to study the engine itself. This is much more bizarre. One of the reasons that it is bizarre is because it is harnessing the power of stillstones. But the stillstones are not embedded into the object in the way that you're used to. Normally, when you artifice something, when you put stillstones into something, they kind of meld into it. They kind of become one with the item, almost like gear merging with a druid when they wild shape or when somebody polymorphs. And in this instance, there are stillstones that are being held in sort of a stasis bubble that, as best as you can tell, could move with the engine. And so there's just a little technology there that you don't fully understand. You don't know how the stillstones aren't exploding. There's technology that you would need to ask a lot of questions about. But aside from the power source, which is a little bit beyond you, the rest of the machine kind of makes sense. It follows a lot of very fundamental properties of magic that you understand. It seems to work very similar to a soul cage or a simulacrum. There's a lot of just complicated bits that are built on foundations that you understand and powered by a source that you are not sure how they got. But you think that if you wanted to, you could probably rip the engine out of this machine and use it for whatever you want, to move the soul of any incapacitated creature into any other incapacitated creature, given enough time and, a little bit of juice, which, as far as you can tell, is already in the engine.
Only incapacitated?
This thing is very big and bulky. It's like 8 feet long. It probably weighs something in the order of 1,200 pounds. It might be possible to weaponize this. With enough time and enough research, you might be able to turn this into like some sort of a Ghostbusters cannon.
I meant more of like a willing and awake.
Yeah.
Step in.
Yeah, the important thing is that they need to be like submerged in the pool and very still and kind of connected to the machine, yeah.
Okay.
It might be possible to weaponize it at some point with your fucking 42. But that would be a long project. It would definitely take some work.
Right.
But yeah, you get the sense that incapacitated or willing, either one would work. But with all of that out of the way, you are able to kind of get Jerry's sarcophagus set into place, feed it the diamonds that it needs to consume in order to bring him back. And if everybody is ready, you just gotta throw a switch and it'll start.
Alright, I'll throw a switch.
Alright, excellent. There is the crackling of lightning that runs across several of the copper tubes back and forth between the pools. You can see the diamonds begin to resonate and then shatter into this dust, which immediately spirals out into several concentric circles. Runes begin to form from the diamond dust, twinkling celestial bodies spinning in place, and then forming lines that connect all these runes together. The engine whirs and spins. There are brilliant beams of light that kind of rapidly spin inside of it, casting these shadows all across the room. And over the course of about a minute and a half, you watch as the sarcophagus begins to crack and splinter. Light begins to kind of shine through. Bits of stone begin to pull themselves free and crack off, float to the surface, and then dissolve away like cement, kind of just disappearing into water, leaving this kind of bubbling gray froth at the top of the pool. And as the sarcophagus kind of breaks, you can see bits of bone and fur and sinew that are freed from it that also begin to rapidly dissolve and then reform in the pool down to the south. And almost as quickly as it began, about a minute and a half later, this body has entirely reformed to the south. This small rat folk, kind of this pale white fur, these wrinkled, kind of frazzled whiskers. And you can see that he looks gaunt. He looks weak. It looks like fucking Neo getting pulled out of the Matrix, like he's not used his muscles in 1,000 years. Just this atrophied, but breathing rat folk, who floats at the surface of this pool. And then the machine suddenly stops and everything goes quiet. The light returns to normal. And in the silence of the room, the only thing that's really left is the bubbling of the pool and the kind of hoarse breathing of the unconscious rat in the second pool in front of all of you.
Now what?
I'm going to do a medicine check to see if he needs further stabilization.
Sure.
And what else he needs to function.
Absolutely. Give me a medicine check.
Sure. Sheet's loading. Why is the sheet? There it is. Okay. This in. Can I use intelligence with this?
Sure, why not?
Thank goodness.
As you look it over, you can definitely see, at first it looks like atrophy. But as you study more and more, you are surprised to discover that despite his slow breathing, his heart is racing. His blood is the parts of his skin that are exposed beyond the fur are very ruddy. His blood is flowing at an enormous pressure. And you can actually see that his body is still kind of reconstituting itself rapidly under the surface. You get the sense that there is still some magic going on, that this is kind of going to be a thing where it's going to take a day or two for him to finally come to his full self.
But is it safe to take him out?
It does seem like it would be totally safe to take him out. He's not actually connected to anything. He's just kind of resting in the pool. And it's a very heavy saline solution, so he floats at the top of it. And in fact, it probably is a little dangerous to leave him in there, because if he was to roll over, he might suffocate.
Okay. I'm just gonna go kind of nudge him a little closer to the edge.
Alright.
Can someone pick him up, please?
You start to pull him over to the edge, and you can see one of the eyes starts to kind of move under
Maybe-
the lid like REM.
Maybe someone other than Nomad should be the one who he sees when he wakes up.
It's alright. I'm fully armed.
No.
Fully
No.
armored.
It might just be to make him feel more at ease.
The eye
Because if
twitches open, and then the other one kind of blinks, and they
I'll
both
push
lock
Nomad out
eyes
of the way.
with
Do not
Nomad.
be alarmed. If I feel like sudden movement will be worse at this point.
Okay, fine.
I'll go and have Toto, the nice dog, go and help him, like a little mental health dog.
Sure. Nomad, because you were already kind of monitoring it, as soon as the eye locks with yours, you can feel the blood pressure spike even faster. The heart rate, which was already at like 160, 180, something terribly unhealthy, jumps to like 210. You're worried he's going to go into cardiac arrest.
Yeah, it's like opening your eyes and the first thing you see is Sauron.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's literally the armor that he's got.
No, this is what he went in here to get away from. And he
not a mind flayer, mind you. Sauron, legit. It's fully heavily armored.
Oh yeah. And he opens his mouth to scream, but there's just
Can't
this
even tell
tiny
it's a mind flayer under here.
Hoarse whisper. You can tell his lungs are still trying to fill with air. It's like waking up with your whole body cramped. He starts to flail a bit, but then thankfully, Gale and Ace come over nearby. And Toto, it actually is. It's when he kind of makes eye contact with Toto that he seems to calm down a little bit. He looks around, he looks at Gale and Ace and you, and notices that all three of you have, like, Tinker's tools on you. Gale, in particular, is, like, a third machine at this point. But Ace is carrying some Tinker's tools. He was watching the whole process. And he seems to realize that the three of you are engineers, even the weird mind flayer.
I'm not a mind flayer! Oh my god!
That's true, you're heavily armored.
I have to explain every time I do not look like one.
Yeah,
oh my god.
You're masked.
Yeah. Yeah. Do not be alarmed.
And he starts to calm down. And there's this tiny little... There's a moment of silence, and then this hoarse whisper that says, "Am I under arrest?"
No.
Yes.
Okay.
You do not need to strain your voice right now. You're connected to our mind.
I understand my rights.
Okay, cool. What are your rights?
Then you'll answer all of our questions.
Okay.
Thanks.
Was that a question?
No. Well, yes, but... Look, shit's gotten really bad. Should we wake everybody else up in their human bodies, or... is that a bad idea?
What year is it?
699, isn't it?
2022, the year of our Lord.
He looks over to Nomad when you say 699. He's like, oh, phooey. That's not good. That's not good at all. That's a lot of years that are... Okay.
It appears that if we awaken you and your real bodies, you will be atrophied and weakened like this. Will the golem bodies be stronger?
What year do you remember last?
Oh god, hang on. Oh fuck, hang on. Shit, why didn't I have this pulled up already? Hang on.
All of them. Yes, keyed.
He's been here since last year.
I-
698.
I cannot fathom why I didn't already have these notes pulled up.
You're the one who asked what year it was.
I did. I should have known this
Exactly
was
why he
coming.
could have had them.
There it is. Found it. There we go. When I went under, it was 2559. So you see the issue here. Your number is smaller than mine, which makes me think you just reset it, which means it's been like almost 700 years.
Oh, there was a reset.
What do you call your calendar? We call ours the whatever we call it.
The UST, Universal Society time. For the
I
record,
know.
he is speaking in Undercommon, which I think all three of you understand.
All three of us do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, good. Just
But
making sure.
also, like I told him, please don't strain your voice. You're connected telepathically.
All right. He kind of once you reiterate that, he's like, oh, in here.
Yes.
And yeah, you guys are all able to hear that he sounds a little bit better in here, but still weary, like somebody waking up from a delirious dream.
Does the time of the calendar name he gave us mean anything?
Boy,
Like, as an anthropologist, we would probably know something about this, maybe?
the only other thing I can think of that this might be, give me like a history check with advantage because you got the anthropology thing.
My fucking god, Nomad, roll better. 25.
Aww.
Oh. Oh, you have a sturdy +2.
I'm not proficient in it, so yeah.
You're an anthropologist.
Boy. Ace, there were a lot of other things going on at the time, so you were a little sidetracked. You were kind of dealing with the thought that maybe you had a special bloodline, and that's where most of your focus was during the Phoenix Roost arc. Nomad, being ever the learner and not really being personally invested in that arc, remembers that there were a series of statues in there that had dates on them, some of which are kind of close to what he just mentioned. But that is really the only other connection that you can think of. And I'll post those just for a reminder.
Sure.
Boy, this is going to be a wall of text.
Cool. So I'm assuming, I guess that means that our knowledge of history doesn't go back that far. Like, before this age, we know little to the previous ages?
Yeah, very, very, very little. In fact, during your travels over the past 2.5 years or so, the only person who has openly admitted or even like tried to talk to you about the existence of a previous society is the crazy gnome in Salt Bowl. What is his fucking name? Can you imagine if I remembered anything? Yes, Mick Eckhart.
Mick Eckhart, yeah.
Yep. The one that Nomad spent a little bit of time speaking to. He was viewed as crazy, but he was kind of rich and eccentric and would send adventurers off because he knows that there's ruins up in those hills. And for the record, you guys know that there are ruins up in the hills, and like at this point, it pretty much seems like he's right. You can probably reasonably deduce that he's not the only person in the world who knows about it, but he's definitely one of the only people in the world who talks about it openly, or admits to its existence. You have a Jerry. He is kind of in a very weak state, but they're using telepathy to start asking him questions.
Okay, cool. As soon as I spend a few minutes outside to make sure nothing is like storming the building now that this thing's turned on, I'll just come inside too.
Yeah, and once he connects telepathically, it's all of you are able to understand it. It bypasses language barriers.
Sure, Nordo's still kind of curious to see like What does a person who's been in this weird cube for 1,000 years look like?
Right?
Yeah.
It looks like an
Oh, they-
overgrown fetus.
Yeah,
They all turned into rats.
you can definitely give me medicine as well if you'd like. The two of them already investigated, but when you come in, you can take a look for yourself. Yeah, you get kind of the same vibe. You can definitely tell that he is very weak, but his body seems to be continuing to rapidly regrow under the surface. His heart is pounding, his skin is very ruddy. You can see that he's gaining strength much faster than he naturally should be able to for somebody who's had thousands of years of atrophy. You imagine that it's going to take a couple more days of latent magic to finish rebuilding him, and he'll be weak during that time. But
Do I have
he's coming to.
any? Do I have any notion of what kind of like food would be best for him? I assume just like a broth or something.
Yeah, something very, very simple. Something that he doesn't have to chew, something he can drink. Something protein heavy would probably be very good.
Does he have
Milkshakes?
meat?
So I'll start whipping up a pot of just something that's swallowable and protein rich.
Excellent.
Did beans?
Maybe
Yeah,
like
just
bean-
mashed
like
up beans.
a bean puree and chicken broth or something.
Fucking gross.
And then ice cream on the side.
Refried beans.
Pudding. Jello shots.
Bean pudding and Jello
Bean
shots.
pudding and Jello shots. Just what the boy needs is some alcohol and sugar.
Body needs sugar,
There are
man.
3 cars turning onto our street at the same time, and it's really weird.
Huh.
Why?
He does kind of look around and so I'm the first one that you woke up?
You are.
This is your facility, after all.
It's true, I guess. I'm responsible for this failure, too.
It's a failure?
Well, I don't know, what is your society like? Have you rebuilt? Have the outsiders been defeated? What
We're actually in trouble, and that's why we're here.
Oh,
Yeah.
jeez.
So, we have a lot of questions.
Should we fill him in first on what the current things are?
I think that we should probably start waking people up if it's going to take them a while to kind of reconstitute. The sooner we start that, the better.
Yeah.
We can fill them all in all at once that way.
You sure
Yeah,
you don't want to
that's-
tell the entire history that you've learned so far 12 separate times?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Still, that part of the reason we woke this fella up here was because we want his thoughts on whether we should be waking everybody else up. So I think he
Yeah.
needs to know at least a little something.
Give him the abbreviated one.
Yeah, for the record, if you guys would like to abbreviate this, somebody could just roll me a history check to kind of explain everything you've learned so far. Or
Someone
you
give
can
me the
spell it
help action, please. I do not trust these rolls.
No, Nomad, don't you have that feat that makes you remember things?
I do.
Oh. I'll help.
Yeah, but
man.
it doesn't affect my rolls, right? It's the problem.
Well, how long have we been traveling? It's
Oh, if
you
it's
get
just-
a month of perfectly remembered.
Yeah, if
Everything?
it's just me remembering, yeah, it instantly succeeds. But if it's a roll, then I'd like a help.
Yeah, I'll help you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Or everyone just think of it at the same time. We're all just think of different parts of what's going on, and
Right.
he'll get it faster.
It's perfect.
How would that work, though? How would being thought at by 2 different people work? Would it actually be overwhelming, or would your brain be able to process it?
It sounds like a
I'd have-
Discord
yeah.
call.
Yeah. I think
That-
I'd have to
it's-
sort them.
It's different, though, because how you hear things and have multiple thoughts is very different.
Depends on how strong his processing power is, I guess. 37.
Okay, with a 37, you and the rest of your party have put together a very complete picture of the scenario that you're in. You're able to kind of convey to him everything that you think is pertinent without boring him with a ton of unnecessary details. He is able to kind of piece together his best understanding of what has happened, and understands that you guys are in grave danger. The Mind Flayers have found the Elbrat mines, which means it's only a matter of time before the rest of them all fall. He agrees with all of you, or at least suggests that when they consume all of them, they're going to become more powerful. They'll probably burst onto the surface and then take over the world. So he kind of he agrees that you guys are in a pickle. And it probably is for the best that we wake everyone up, because
Everyone, yeah.
this was the last city that they didn't know about, and I don't know. It might be the only safe place left if all this is going on. It's also unusual. This place was crawling with demons. That's why we had to like lock ourselves in here.
There are demons. There are still demons.
Good. All right.
Yeah, that ain't changed.
Well,
That's a part. That should be a part of the backstory.
All right. Well, then we might have to keep our heads down still.
Should we awaken everyone, or will any of them be a liability when trying to transfer?
Oh gosh, cheese and crackers. I mean, everybody here made some dumb mistakes at some point. But I think they'll understand the importance of not blowing our cover. And if not, some of them were good at keeping the others in check, at least.
That's all right. Ace makes everyone very good at stealthing.
Yeah, I don't think anybody here would blow anybody's cover either.
So hold on, let me see if I can even cast that right now. I cannot do that. I am missing 1 mana.
I'll transfer you 1 mana.
That'll take us 2 hours to do that because we have to like
2
the
hours.
bracelet. Well, you have to attune to the bracelets and then unattune to attune back to things.
It's true. Well, we'll be awakening people anyway. We might have that time.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Hey, how long was it from the time that we started fighting the demon coin muncher guys that were on top of these crypts to when Gale made that ability check and got a 42?
You guys kind of deliberated for about half an hour about who to revive first. Yeah, and then the other...
Okay.
I mean, that was just like based on the actual conversation at the end of last session.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's just if it had been less than 10 minutes, he could have added a D4 to that because of Weird Union. But carry on.
Yep.
Throughout this time, I'm probably going to be pinging every so often just to keep an eye out for humanoids and aberrations and their movements.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Humanoids, nothing unusual, nothing unexpected. There is a new one now that's joined you. He does ring up as humanoid.
The other ones don't, though.
Not in their current state, no.
Completely unequipped?
Would you call them an object?
It's hard to say. You would be aware that your magic tends to not work as well on dead things. You've definitely been in situations like back at Arid Nest, where as large quantities of people died, fewer showed up on your radar. So you would be aware that in their necromantic stasis, they probably are not going to ring up to your magic as well.
Gotcha.
Remember that time we flew over an island full of vampires and accidentally landed and then left, and ever since Ace has done a ranger ping every time we approach a city to make sure that it has humanoids in it.
I kind of wish... I want to go back there so badly.
Me too. Sorry.
I'm so glad that was the one time that he just didn't do his radar ping. It would have been cool, but... anyway, Nomad, what's up?
Equipment?
Yes.
At all?
Absolutely none.
None. So, naked.
Yes.
Where are your equipment?
I have an apartment a little ways that way. There were supposed to be, like, robes and things, but by the look of it, and he kind of looks around, it looks like it's been a few thousand years, and I don't think they've survived.
Yeah. Do you have any caches around that you need with equipment in case you wake up?
Yeah, if we can go over to my factory. I left Tominator there to guard it.
Who?
And he kind of looks over to Toto. I had a machine kind of like that.
Would it have survived 1,000 years?
Wait, you made Tominator?
You know Tominator?
Well, that's what I based Toto on.
Wait, what? Really?
Well, yeah, your blueprints were amazing.
Fuck. Jerry has like a -4 insight, right?
It changed that!
Oh, that's true.
That's a part of his character development. You gave him his wisdom back.
Oh my god, I'm so proud of him. I didn't think he would survive, let alone... How did you find it, though? This place is supposed to be secret. Oh no, are all of my trade secrets spilled? Where did you learn this?
Oh, I don't know. I had a weird dream.
must be the fates. But yeah, if he's still surviving, I would really like to see Dominator.
So, go ahead.
Sorry. I can. Well, I should probably stay here and with somebody and start waking folks up if you guys want to go and get this Dominator.
And the rest of their equipment, maybe?
Perhaps
Yeah.
we should wait for everyone to wake up because we don't know where everyone's equipment's going to be at.
Yeah. If it's all the same, I would like to have a very sternly worded. Maybe I can ask Trace some questions about why Trace went behind my back and did the things to my machine without telling me.
What things?
This whole plan, I didn't know anything about this. I'm gonna have a stern. Maybe Trace can explain some things to me.
Sure, we'll start with them.
Should we wait, Trace?
I'm going to incite him. Does he? What is his intention? Is his intention literally just wants to talk, or is it like Vasu? Like I just want to talk to him. Is this going to be like a weird like atrophy fight?
Give me an insight check. This tiny, pathetic little rat, bless his heart, could not muster the courage to say a mean thing to Trace, let alone throw fists. He seems like he's confused and maybe a little bit hurt that this was done behind his back, but, like, he's not gonna start a fight over it. He mostly just wants to, like, get to the bottom of why it happened. Maybe he might guilt trip Trace really bad. That seems in character. But he's not gonna, like, start shit.
Cool.
Confrontations make comfortable.
Yeah.
And then then as people get him set up, I'm going to go poke my head outside and do another peek around and see if we're still Gucci.
Sure. Go and give me another perception check. You take a very close look around. You do notice that in some distant buildings, maybe about 3 blocks away, there are a pair of beady yellow eyes that are just kind of watching this direction from a window, maybe 4 or 5 stories off the ground. Not approaching, and it's just one set. It's very unsettling. It's got this kind of like spooky, like, oh, you're being watched from afar by a literal demon vibe.
Yeah.
But they're just watching. They're not, approaching.
Yeah, I'm going to get the spyglass that we have to see if I can get a better idea of what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking through the spyglass, you're able to confirm pretty quickly that it is just kind of one of these standard rank and file Titan scabs, like the one that you encountered. It's just kind of this pale-skinned, winged demon. It's got a couple of barbed
the ones that are pieces of the giant one.
Yeah, that seems to be the case.
Okay. Hey guys. I see one of the little pieces of the big boy out there. Do you think that he's like phoning him about our location? I don't know if they're connected or not. I can try to take him out.
I think we might raise more alarm bells by killing it than by.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I think maybe we ought to just hurry as much as we can. I'm gonna go get that Trace statue.
Let's get them. And Nomad's gonna go through his inventory, pull out some extra clothes, give them to Jerry. What weapons have I got here?
I apologize for my nudity.
It's fine, everyone was nude at some point.
That's probably true. Except for turtles.
Hell, I'm still basically nude. If you don't
God.
count the shell or nothing.
I think the shell counts.
I think it's more the loincloth that counts as clothes.
That's true, I guess. I mostly just wear that to try to fit in with the orc people. I don't really need it for nothing.
I think chastity is a class feature or a racial trait. Well, not chastity. Chastity means you don't have sex. What was it?
Modesty?
Modesty. There you go.
Yeah.
Modesty is a racial feature for turtles.
Do you want to wear this armor I have? I just randomly have a studded leather armor in my inventory.
It's not your old one?
Yeah, I think it's it's just still in my inventory from a long time ago.
Might be the same size.
I was gonna say, you guys are actually pretty close to the same size. Yeah, better safe than sorry. I should probably equip myself in case there's an encounter now.
How about this trident? Trident?
Oh god.
Or pistols? What is your...
Yeah, that thing looks like you pull a trigger and yes.
Yeah, I got
give me
2
that.
pistols and a rifle.
Oh,
Got some slippers made out of diamond.
What's so fancy?
Does he take one of... I forget even where I got these from, but they're just in my inventory.
he will take the rifle. And it's bizarre. Sorry, I'm finishing this burger. It's so good. Okay. He takes the rifle, and even with his like shaky, steady hands, he can barely find the strength to walk on his own. But he handles it very well. He seems experienced with this kind of machinery. He has good trigger discipline. He immediately kind of like checks the stock, makes a few adjustments, opens up the chamber to see if it's loaded. He seems familiar with it. He seems like he's capable of handling it. And he does kind of
Have ammunition?
At the factory, yeah, I will.
Okay, cool.
And he does kind of look up and says, "Your people, you made this stuff."
Someone did. I mean, yeah, our societies did. Is that true? Is that it? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Not necessarily you, but like.
Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like your people
I think
made this as opposed to finding it.
Yeah, I think we took them from like bandits or pirates or someone. They were like, they're like, easily accessible enough.
That's good. Okay, if the rabble in your time can have these things, then
Yeah.
you're
I mean,
good.
we have flying ships still. I don't know if that.
Impressive. Have you learned how to power, how to harness stillstones with a stasis field to move them around?
No. That sounds important.
Yes, that was very pivotal. All right, cool.
We've been to the moon.
You've been to the moon? Without stasis
Yeah.
fields?
Well, we had this ship that had like a bubble.
Yeah, see? I pull out this bottle of wine that I found on the moon.
How? No, that doesn't make any sense. Why would there be wine on the moon?
I don't know. Well, because someone was living up there. There was someone living up there. The Watcher.
Oh no.
Well, I think he's dead though.
Oh good.
I have his monocle right here.
Oh no.
Why do you keep saying "oh no"?
Does it talk to you?
And no,
Okay, good. All right.
it just tells me when people are lying.
Like with a voice?
No, just I mean, no, I just it's a magic item. I just feel it.
He gives you a squint and is like, all right, let's go to the factory and get my things. I need to cool my head before I talk to Trace.
Well, hold up, old timer. I think you need to get a hot meal in you before you go anywhere.
Oh,
Hand him a bowl of like steaming bean broth.
excellent. Give me a cooking check if you haven't already.
I'll help you.
That's not the right kit, but it's the same stat.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Kind of takes it and huddles up with it and takes a sip. He says, you know, they always said that you could judge a society by how they treated their enemies and prisoners, and if this is what prison food is like, I think that you guys are doing just fine.
You believe you're a prisoner?
You told me I'm being arrested.
He was.
Should be. I'm a criminal.
What's your crime?
Boy, that's a long story. Just trust me, I deserve it.
Very well. Does anyone have handcuffs?
I don't know, you seem a little too eager about all this. Is this some kind of kink?
No.
Is it?
Give me an insight check.
I'm gonna give one as well.
You don't think so? It's weird because on the one hand he insists on it, but on the other hand there's a deep sadness and regret with it. Like he really, I don't know. You don't think it's a kink thing. You think that he's
He is unfortunately deeply lawful.
Yeah, you think he might just be deeply lawful.
He looks okay. So About how many arrows he can take? Like how sturdy does he seem if we were to get in combat? Like, would it be like he was shot with an arrow once he would die?
Right now, you get the impression that a well-built toddler could probably shove him to the ground and knock him unconscious.
Okay, trade armor with me. Here, this one. Look, you see how I'm like all like blurry?
Okay, all right. You're gonna give him the display.
I'm gonna. Oh yeah, or if I could just take off the. I don't know how it was. I don't remember how it was fastened. It's not an attunement thing. I think it's just attached to my armor. So if I can just detach it from my armor and put it on his.
Sure, absolutely. And that helps a bit. You do see that this form kind of goes a little bit fuzzy. He makes sure to kind of stay in the center of all of you as you begin to transfer. Who is staying behind to start waking Trace up? It was Gale and who else?
Somebody strong who can.
I say I'll stay within the cart.
I'll hang out.
Statues around. And...
All right.
Yeah.
Gale, no one else you.
I will send Toto with the Jerry group.
Yeah.
And I'll just tell Toto to listen to their commands.
Understood.
But yeah, just have him kind of keep an eye out since he's good at that.
Perfect.
Nomad, do we want to split up or do we want to stay together?
We're
I'm just
all
gonna
better together.
Go with Jerry.
Yeah, we're all better together, but in this instance, it may be efficient to move. As long as we're not found, we should be fine. And then I kind of do a single, like, conversation with Moat so no one else can hear it. And he's just like, Moat, creating this spell will take about 4 days, I imagine. But the Semblance engine seems to be able to do what we're trying to do. Perhaps you can talk to Jerry about that.
Yeah, it seems like they already figured it out. I'm really behind the times.
Like, I know, like, we're only learning about that now. But it might be able to do what it is you're trying to do specifically for Nordo.
Yeah, I might have to ask him.
Sure thing. What are the groups again? One stays here, and the other one tries to find the factory. I'll go with factory group.
Cool. Me too.
Is factory group akin to stealth group, essentially?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll stay behind.
Like on a okay. I just remembered that I have this magnifying glass that gives advantage to investigations. Does someone want it? Because I already have advantage to investigations for my class.
Oh my gosh, can I hold it?
Here, Merry Christmas. We learned about Christmas, right?
Ace's detective things. So beautiful.
It's like made out of sticks. There's like a bubble, like a soap bubble in the middle, like a magic soap bubble that keeps that it uses to magnify.
Toto's very strong. He's got the gauntlets kind of welded onto his forearms.
Oh, you guys are fine then.
All right. Back here, you guys begin to pull Trace's sarcophagus over and begin the process of waking it up, while the rest of the group heads over to the factory. Let me get stealth checks from Ace, Nomad, Toto, Flick.
Checking to see if there's anything I can do that'll help. Yeah, I can skill empower it myself. Temporarily, my proficiency in stealth is expertise.
Excellent.
I'm probably going to move a little bit ahead of the group to scout out since I can move full movement while stealth.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
My god.
All right. It's not a terribly far walk, and you guys have already made the journey once, so you kind of know a safe route to take. There are a couple moments when you see just little imps kind of flitter overhead. You duck under awnings or inside of buildings momentarily to avoid their line of sight. Ace, what's up?
The scab that was watching this building. I want to keep an eye on it. Does it like notice us as
Sure.
we're like leaving?
Yeah, give me a perception check. You make a point of going out Well, there's really only the one exit. It definitely notices that you guys leave. However, you make a point of kind of taking a weird path as soon as you get to an alley, and kind of doubling back in a way to avoid suspicion. And as part of that doubling back, you look back over towards the window from a new location, and you can see that it's still there, and it seems to be focused on this building still. It doesn't seem to be tracking you guys. It seems to be watching this building.
They may be preparing for something
Perhaps.
in case its creatures come out.
Either way, you guys are able to continue to skulk your way back to the factory. And as you approach, he's already shaken, but you can see this sunken, sullen look on Gerald's face. As you can see, there's damage to the outer walls, and once he steps in through the main doorway and sees that the upper floor is basically empty, there's just kind of this grim look that crosses his face. Tom?
Before he
here?
Hold on. Before he starts screaming, I want to make sure that we're not going to get ambushed.
Sure. You kind of take a close look around. I'll keep that perception check. Best as you can tell, the place is still empty, and you've been approaching very cautiously, making sure that you weren't tailed. You don't get the sense that there's anything lurking, at least within earshot up here.
And then I guess we'll start helping look for Tom. What color is he?
He kind of looks at Toto. He's very similar to this. The copper was a little bit more, I don't know, a little bit brighter, a little bit more orangey.
Would he oxidize over time?
Maybe, but he was sealed against that. And you can see he kind of swoops down and starts digging through just some of the rubbish, some of the spilt shelves and the junk that's been piled up and made throughout here. And go and give me an investigation to help him look around for signs.
Sure.
Yeah.
Advantage. I will give him advantage.
Ooh!
Who was him?
Jerry.
There is a point, pretty quickly, about 3 or 4 minutes in, now that you know what you're looking for, where you start digging around through piles of all this just machinery and junk. And you can see that there is a glint that catches your eye of a little metallic paw that is kind of stuck out from a shelf that has been knocked over with a bunch of machinery under it. You get some help from Toto and Flick and some of the stronger ones to push it back up. And you can see that attached to this paw is not an entire creature, but a shoulder and then some machine bits and then a head. All of which is very banged up. There are scratches and scars. The forearm is kind of bent at a weird angle. It looks very much like this creature was in several fights before it finally succumbed.
Is this the building that had the puppet master?
It is, yeah. You're on the first floor, the upper floor of that building.
Oh, this is a bad sign.
Does he have some type of like memory unit? Will he be fine? Can we put him back together?
Jerry kind of walks over, kind of kneels down in front and looks over the head. And with kind of this almost unsettling lack of emotion, kind of pats it a couple times on the forehead, closes his eyes. You did good, Tom. And he kind of looks around to see what else is left. And he says, there should be a memory core somewhere. It's a little drive. It would be impossible to find. There's no way. There's so much stuff here. It would take days.
Be optimistic. I know that things are looking pretty bad, probably compared to what you started with, but this isn't that bad for us.
And as you are kind of giving this pep talk and kind of kicking your feet around, you kind of kick a little pile of junk, and there's a little ting, 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 ting. And there is a twinkle in his eye when he looks down and sees that in your investigation, you've accidentally uncovered a tiny little copper stick, a couple inches long, no bigger than like a domino. He's like, oh my god, sorry, language, I'm so sorry, cheese and crackers.
They don't call me the Lord of Lost Things for nothing. Finding lost things.
Do they call you that?
No, but they could. I'm pretty good at finding things.
And he
I'll
scrambles
try.
over to it, and he kind of picks it up, and he looks it over, and he's like, It's okay. It should be okay. Okay. All right. Okay.
What else do you need?
Oh, jeez. A couple hours and some of this scrap and some magic. I don't know if I can do it. I need some sleep before I do anything
Yeah.
else, but at least I've got this.
Here, we can throw them all. We can throw all the pieces we find into this bag of holding.
And he works with you to kind of point out what will be needed and what will be helpful. He holds on to the drive himself, clutches it real tight, and kind of takes a look around to see if there's anything else that he can salvage from all of this. And you guys have already kind of discovered it is just scrap. It's been 1,000 years. There's not much to be recovered from it. But you're able to get what you can and then start making your way back, unless you have any other business that you want to do here before you return.
You didn't happen to have any like secret hidden passages or hidden cool things here?
There was the basement, yeah, which has the... Well, you guys have already found it, I guess, based on what you told me. The central Elbot mine, the one that connects them all.
Yeah.
Is it like
Right.
this? Is it ransacked?
No, downstairs should be fine for now.
Yeah, there was a golem that looked like Trace.
Oh. Is it down there?
Yes.
I think so. We left it
Yeah.
there, right?
We were coming to get all of you guys before we started the next part of whatever the plan was.
He kind of straightens up his shoulders and sticks his chest out and takes a deep breath. Well, I'd like to give it a piece of my...
Do you want to give it to your mind to Trace, the actual Trace? Because otherwise you have to get it twice. You're not going to get the same effect.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, we should probably talk to the real Trace.
Or we can put both Traces together and you can yell at both of them.
That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, they would outnumber you. So why is there a museum down there? Is that like part of the plan, or is it just kind of decoration?
There's a museum down there? Like, I know
There's like illusionary animals.
What? I didn't do any of that. The only thing that should be down there is the central Outbrow Mine.
Does the apostomatic system ring any bells?
Yeah. Alf kept telling me about this plan that he had for if things went wrong, but it was too dangerous. It was... I don't know. I think it was too dangerous, so we didn't do it. He seemed really disappointed by that.
He might have done it anyway.
Well, it sounds like he did. That's why you guys are all here, right?
With Trace.
That doesn't... Alf wouldn't do things with Trace behind my back. That's crazy.
Well, we won't know unless we get more information. So I guess we could. Is there another place we need to stop by to get more supplies? I mean, it seems like most of the city's been ransacked.
Yeah, if the
Other than like the library.
Oh, the library's arrived.
Yeah, it has like the nice little conception. Not conception.
That's good. I like books. But no, now is not the time for books. We should go back.
Alright, I guess we should start heading back.
Yep, let me get another round of stealth checks. While you guys are doing that, back in the Hero's Vault, you guys go through the process of bringing Trace's sarcophagus over. You prime the machine, you feed it the diamonds that it needs, and there's a whirring spectacle of lights and magic. And over the course of a minute, you watch as a body forms in the southern pool of a changeling. This kind of pale, grayish-purple skin, this mouth that seems to be covered over with skin until it kind of melts away to reveal a speaking orifice of some sort every now and then when it takes a deep breath. Two tiny little slit nostrils and these big white eyes with these tiny, almost imperceptible pupils in their dead center that make it look like his eyes are just totally glassed over white. My god, those stealth checks, though. And after a minute or two, the machine whirs off, and the process appears to be complete. You guys are able to kind of pull the body over to the side. Do you try to wake it up right away, or you leave it to rest until everybody gets back?
It's probably. I'll just make sure that it's in the same sort of condition as Jerry was. No surprises in terms of its like medical condition.
No, I think he needs a little longer. He still looks kind of goopy.
He does still kind of look goopy, honestly.
There's also no one with telepathy, so he'd have to actually talk.
He's got no lips yet. He's supposed to have lips? Did we
So
do this right?
changelings look like.
With an 18, it is bizarre to you. I can't remember if Nordo has run into changelings before, or at least...
Nope, other than the Burger King, but I don't know if I ever saw him like as a changeling.
That's right, yeah. This is bizarre to you, because he seems atrophied, for sure, and it seems very much like there's still the high heart rate, there's still a lot of blood flow, the skin appears ruddy. It definitely seems that magic is still kind of slowly piecing this creature back together. But this is a very alien-looking creature, in many ways even more kind of alien and unusual and monstrous than Nomad. And as it is rebuilding itself, it's very bizarre because there will be twitches where, like, one of the arms will suddenly, like, ripple out into this big, orcish, green, muscly arm, and then it'll change back to normal. And then the face will suddenly, like, grow a beak and then change back to normal. It's very unsettling. There's this constant creaking and cracking of bones, the squelching of muscle under skin. It's not a pretty sight, but he seems healthy.
How did he look on his like mural on his thing?
It was a hooded figure with just a couple of eyes poking out from the shadow. It was very obscured.
Okay, and any description of him that would have like hinted to the fact that this is the sort of thing to expect?
We talked to the golem that was pretending to be him and was constantly changing.
Right. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's your best evidence so far. It's kind of up to Drake what the inscription would have said. I can't imagine that he would spill publicly that he is a changeling. That feels very not Trace.
Yeah, definitely not.
Okay. I don't know if that thing's working, Gale. I come look at this feller. Maybe we got parts of all the different ones in him.
Would I know?
Boy, you could give me, like, Arcana or History. Arcana would probably be a little better.
I mean, it's weird. He seems healthy. It seems like he's...
Yeah, he came out real goopy. Let's try another one and see what happens.
Let's put him back in. He's
Just
not
throw him
done
back
yet.
in. He needs 30 more seconds.
Nah, I'll build a microwave later and fix him up. But let's try that Toklo fella.
good as any, I guess.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
That one guy over there with the big neck is pretty handsome.
I'll take this bizarre, weird alien that I think is probably a malfunctioning one of these things. But because
we'll put it next to the incinerator, and
with the good medicine check, I at least sense that this is like a living thing that seems to be recovering and in decent health. So I'll sit at wherever Jerry was to like rest and see if it like gets its shit together over time.
Okay, excellent. And then you guys go get Toklo?
Sure, yeah, if that's what Gail, I'll do whatever Gail asks me to do in order to know what the fuck's going on.
yeah. Grab
I mean,
Toklo.
I suppose he looks as interesting as anybody else here.
Yep, I'll wheel it over.
Are you just choosing by looks, Basu?
Well, so Nordo's main qualm here is he doesn't want to wake anybody up that doesn't want to be woken up, but Toklo's inscription says, I am Toklo Tilson, Token the High Shaman of Izga. I have slain countless dragons, performed unimaginable feats of magic. If you have to choose one person to bring out of this place, I am definitely the correct choice. There is one god, and his name is Sethrak. P.S. Sochi is not actually a prince. Do not believe his lies.
Yeah,
because this inscription explicitly says he wants out of here.
Yeah.
Gale's very pro killing dragons.
That sounds like a very good choice.
Until he becomes a dragon, of course, and then he's going to be very not pro killing dragons.
Yeah, but nobody knows about that yet. So
no.
Jerry gave us sort of tacit permission to wake everybody up, and this one explicitly says that it wants woken up. So I'll wheel it over.
Excellent. You wheel it over and spend a few more minutes kind of putting it back in. The rest of the party is probably starting to head back out at this point. You activate the machine, feed it the diamonds, the magic happens, and after about a minute and a half, the machine stops and a fully formed, although frail and somewhat atrophied lizard folk is formed in the southern pool, arms crossed in front of him, green skin, eyes currently closed. You can see long fangs and long claws. And thankfully, I think I can just immediately hand Toklo back over.
I would be deeply pleased.
There are some things that Toklo... You've already figured? Yeah, I think I can just immediately hand Toklo back over. So, this time, go and give me a medicine check to see how he's doing.
Okay.
Oh my god, every time it creeps me out so much. What a creepy
What creeps
motherfucker. The art
What's
that
wrong?
Gail posted. Of
Oh.
Trace.
Yeah.
Aw.
Where? Oh yeah,
So
that.
good.
He's got a cute smile. Is that a smile?
Yeah, that's for sure. To Nordo, that appearance is far more troubling than Nomad's. Nomad's just an octopus person. Like, Nomad looks like something that exists in nature, at least.
Trace kind of looks like a sleep paralysis demon.
Kind of
He does.
Trace looks like a sectoid.
This looks to not be undercooked. This appears to have worked very similar to Jerry. He's going to take a couple days to recover. But as you're inspecting him, he does wake up pretty easily. And his eye kind of like flits open. You can see the slitted yellow eye looks around. And unblinking kind of looks at you, and then to Moat, and to Vasu, and to Gale. Says, "What do you want? Why have I been summoned?"
You kind of asked to, didn't you?
There are dragons to kill, but probably not all of them, but most of them. A lot of them.
All of them. They will all be mine. Yeah, and
This may have been a mistake.
At this point, you can kind of take the reins here if you want, Zeke. Toklo,
Okay.
you know the story up to this point. Things were looking desperate. They all agreed to get frozen until the time was right, and Toklo's just been woken up.
So I need to save the world. Is that what's up?
Yeah, pretty much. We're all fucked.
I feel like we kind of had it, kind of under control. But we'll, any more help is always appreciated.
Everything, it's gonna be fine. You've come to the right person. My name is Toklo. I'm the High Shaman of Isk. Is Iska still around?
No.
Fuck. I am High Shaman Toklo of Pleiades.
That's not around either.
The High Shaman
Sorry,
of Pleiades. Insight check.
I don't remember any of his fucking stats. Just roll a d. Oh my god.
Oh, he's proficient at least.
Yeah, he was earlier. He said he was going to go get his character sheet.
I found it.
I don't think they're totally lying.
Toklo knows that this building is in Pleiades.
Yeah, I don't know if Pleiades counts when it's overrun by just demons.
No, it had demons. It has always had demons.
Yeah, but there's just not anyone else.
Well, where do all the lizard folk live in your world?
In
this world,
they don't. They're extinct.
Great.
I'm the last ones.
Well, you're not a lizard folk. So
Yeah.
I'm High Shaman Toklo of. Well, I'll need to build a new city to be High Shaman of.
Probably.
Where's Sochi? He's got the deck of many things. Does anyone want to draw from a deck of many things? We could really probably solve all of our problems.
Yeah.
It's solved a lot of problems for me in the past.
Nope. Sure didn't.
Didn't.
I'm very hungry.
I mean, if it's already solved a lot of problems, that means there's probably not anything good left. So
Toklo tries to stand up, and I assume his knees are still a little weak.
Yeah, it's
an
an
unpleasant
Face split.
Right. Well, as I said, I'm High Shaman Toklo. You are feather meat. You are little lizard meat. You are pale meat. And you are shell meat. And I'm going to go eat some of this bean soup now, and then we'll talk about getting Sochi out.
What did you just call me?
okay.
Feather meat. Excuse me, I'm hungry. Get Sochi. He has the deck of many things.
Okay.
Don't
We'll
believe
do
his
that.
lies. He's not a prince.
If he's a liar, then why should we get him up first?
Because he's a liar that has my deck of many things.
Okay. Here, if you want to, I'm going to take a blanket out of my pack and I'll throw it to him. You can cover up with this.
Thanks. He snuggles it around his shoulders, and that's zero. He kind of like didn't really totally realize he was naked until you gave it to him. Then he just kind of huddles over Nordo's pot of soup and starts eating straight out of it.
Yeah.
Just
By the way, is that one okay?
So what does Toklo know of Trace? Did Toklo get to meet everybody else here before all this happened?
So when the big old war was happening and the apocalypse was bearing down, you were introduced to this other group of adventurers who kind of joined you on your big quest, the first campaign. Canonically, you guys kind of met right at the end and all assaulted the fortress together. Got to know each other briefly. And then, some of you hung out for a few years afterwards, some of you went your own ways. It's kind of up to you whether you would have, socialized a bunch or if you go back to Izgun and just do your high shaman shit. And I can kind of guess which way that goes.
Correct.
So you've probably met this thing a few times and knows what it is and knows that it can shape change, but don't know it super intimately.
Right. That's shifty meat. He doesn't really look like that most of the time. He just kind of chooses what he looks like. He'll be fine. He probably needs some soup also.
Okay.
Shifty meat. Where is he to call Trace?
Because we'll go get Sochi.
Alright. It's about this time that the group returns with Jerry. And...
Wow, that was fast.
Yeah. There's been a little bit of time for conversation, and the building isn't too far over. Also, I want to make sure that you guys don't wake up everyone while they're gone.
That's fair.
It is about this time, when everybody returns, that you do see that Trace, who has just been kind of, set in a corner to rest, presumably on, a blanket or something, slowly blinks an eye open.
Shoe's keeping an eye on it.
Okay, perfect. Then the very first thing that Trace sees when Trace wakes up is this tiny little phoenix firebird, perched right next to it, just staring down at Trace.
Shoe?
I'm gonna continue. I assume Trace continues their streak of trying to be nice to animals, but always fucking it up somehow.
Yeah.
And just somehow drop kick Shoe.
Oh yeah.
Trying to get Shoe accidentally drop kick him.
Yeah, you kind of reach up, or Trace reaches up with an arm to gently pet its cheek. But then the atrophy kicks in and the sudden shape change happens and it turns into this big bugbear arm that's suddenly 3 feet longer, and it nearly collapses and lands on top of Shoe. The rest of you guys see all of this happen as Trace seems to be awake and seems to be apologizing in undercommon to this bird that he has nearly killed.
Shu flies back and hides in Vasu's vest. But Vasu can thankfully understand all spoken languages, so he's like, no, I'm sure it's fine.
Shifty meat, come have some soup. It's very good. You'll feel much better.
Right.
I'll explain everything.
Does he
Yes,
call
sir.
everybody meat?
Yeah, it's... Ignore that one. Don't pay any attention to that one.
These are my new disciples. I've explained
Now,
to them
hold
that
on.
I'm the High Shaman of Pleiades. They say that there is no more Pleiades. I'll figure somewhere else to be the High Shaman of if I need
There
to.
has to be a
I ain't
Pleiades.
not-
We're in Pleiades.
That's what I said, but they seem pretty insistent about it. I guess there's more demons now than there were before, which is something because there were a lot of demons before.
When Jerry walks in and sees Trace, I feel like Trace probably just plays it cool. I'm trying to figure out the point at which I give these characters back to you. Feel free to say at any point that you want to take the reins. To save role-playing with myself a little bit, the two of them, over some soup and beans, kind of have a brief conversation that goes you tricked Alf into modifying my engine. Why? I trusted you, Trace. Why would you do this to me? And Trace kind of tilts a head to the side, nods a little oh yeah, I kind of maybe did. But then he does say, well, in my defense, I didn't trick Alf. I was Alf for about a month, on and off, so that I could sneak into your lab and do it myself. So at the very least, Alf's hands are clean in all of this. He has no idea what's going on. How is Alf, by the way? And Jerry kind of like looks around and realizes like Alf's not one of these 12. Like he just dips his head, and Trace dips his head, and they kind of have a moment of silence.
Oh boy, that is a terrific trick. You're telling me that you pretended to be his friend and messed up his machine?
I didn't mess up the machine. I created a failsafe, and if I understand correctly, this failsafe is working, or at least the first stages of it.
No, I'm not. I'm completely into it. Tricks for the trick god.
Yeah, tricks for the benefit of humanity.
Sure.
Okay. They have a moment of like at least going through all the mechanics of what exactly Trace did. And you guys have already kind of learned most of the plan at this point, but the basic idea is that Trace believes that when multiple creatures contribute to spellcasting through the use of sympathy, they begin to have some degree of control over that spellcasting. They are able to wrestle some of that control away from the spellcaster. And Trace believes that the souls contained within these mind flayers are still alive and active and well, and that their suffering could potentially be turned into sympathy, and that if that was the case, they might be able to do to the rest of the mind flayers what happened to Nomad, give him a sense of independence, a disconnect from their hive, and if they're really, really lucky, instill in them a sense of morality, which would be guided by whatever you guys do while in control of this program. Ace, what's up?
This might be a little off topic, but related. But do Kuatoa just have a stronger sympathy bond? Is that why they're able to make gods?
You would be. You've already done a lot. Give me religion with advantage.
I'm also asking this out loud to them in case they know something.
Sure.
This is also my active research. Do I just know the answer by now?
You probably just know the answer, but because rolling dice is fun, give me religion with advantage.
Sure.
Look at that!
Look at that! It's delicious.
Yeah. Between the two of you, Nomad, this has been the project that you've dedicated months to at this point. You've poured countless resources, man-hours, and money into this. This has been basically a huge part of your life work for the majority of this campaign. Ace, likewise, has done a tremendous amount of study into Corlin and the 3 species that were created by Corlin, and what is kind of left behind because of Corlin's mistakes and the separation that was made. The two of you are extremely confident that what makes Kuatoa special is that they were given a tremendous boon by Corlin, literally a portion of Corlin's power, the power of tremendous sympathy and creative sympathy, especially. The ability to manifest divine power through imagination and through willpower. And normally this would be the sort of thing that would be tempered, because the god would need to pull some of that power back from time to time because they need it to sustain their own being. But because Corlin got punished and renamed and separated from his own creations, the Kuatoa kind of just like, in many ways, the collective Kuatoa population has more of Corlin's original power than Corlin does. They are collectively a god, kind of. And as such, they're able to make their own little avatars and mini-gods. It is that they do, in fact, have an enhanced ability to create sympathetic bond. Nordo.
Well, I'm just realizing that I don't have spellcasting components, but I think he probably still tries to do this and just fails. As soon as Nomad walks around the corner, Toka jumps up and throws the blanket off. It's like, space meat! And I try to cast banishment on him.
To be fair, 2 things. First of all, he is, as he's reminded me, covered head to toe in armor and not.
Oh, he's not a mind flayer. Okay,
I'm Sauron, Dark Lord.
Disregard.
Yeah, it's okay. I forget all the time too.
He's in heavy armor, just floating menacingly across the floor.
Literally, no one. Every time he's in a town or just walking around, and any enemy that's faced him sees the Dark Lord Sauron floating menacingly.
For what it's worth, he does kind of look like a creepy warlock evil dude, but
that's fine.
Explicitly a mind flayer.
Oh yeah, I look like a creepy warlock evil dude too. I just assumed that he looks like a mind flayer.
Yeah. The second thing is that when Toklo even thinks about casting a spell, he is just tremendously weak. It's going to be at least a couple days before he's able to really conjure up any sort of serious magic.
So I recognize his attempt as a religious magic. Fine.
He probably doesn't actually attempt it if you don't look like a mind flayer. He just thought he saw a mind flayer. Those guys are bad news.
With that said, you saw the sarcophagus, and he lists himself as the High Shaman of Isga. Sounds like some religious shit.
So, tell me more about Isga.
Oh, what is there to say? Iskat's the most magnificent place in the whole world. There's
Was.
right, correct, was. It's not around anymore, I'm told. But there was
Is it? Do I know anything about Isga?
Where was the one place that we went to that was full of lizard folk that they were like, gotta flush them down the toilet?
Yeah, I was gonna mention this part.
Wait,
That's not Isga, is it?
your friend told me there weren't any more lizard folk anywhere in the world. I didn't
Which
believe him,
one?
Yeah, well, you were wise to not believe them.
though. Small lizard meat told me that.
Why would Gil lie about that? I don't know.
I'm practicing my lying.
Why though?
I don't know. I feel like I've always been really bad with people, and I thought this would be a good opportunity to practice.
You thought lying would be better, make you better with people? I feel like it might. Maybe if I lied more.
As much as I enjoy your rambunctious spirit, maybe practicing your lying on the heroes of long past that we're kind of relying on to help us save the world, who have been dead for nearly 700 years, about just kind of catching up on things in general, might not be the best time to practice. I mean, there's like a time and a place for things, is what my mom always said.
Sorry, you're right.
Alright, Vasu,
Good.
I think as a treat we should raise someone who's attractive to you.
Oh, that one over there.
Yeah. Just because I feel like your blood's been very hot lately, and
I mean, I don't know.
you've been very needful for something.
There's a card in the deck that would let you wish for somebody that you're really attracted to.
What deck?
The deck of many things. Sochi has it. We need to get him out of there.
Oh,
Have
well,
we heard the deck of many things?
Yeah, give me just a straight intelligence check.
In the meantime, I'll gesture at everybody around and then point at Philo and just be like, what do you guys know about that one over there?
Ace and
Was he
Nomad,
nice?
Ace and Nomad, you both recall vaguely that when you met Yule, or when Yule met Patches mentioned something about drawing from a deck of many things, and that's why he's stuck in this world.
oh.
Wait,
Is it-
you guys have...
Go ahead.
Does the patches look like our patches? Well, that patches is a fox, right?
That's a Sochi.
This is
not
Sochi.
Oh,
Patches.
Sochi, that's right.
Right.
It's a prince. Or not.
No, he's not. He's not a prince. Don't believe that. He's been lying about it for decades.
Well,
Wasn't it like the last session you guys ever played of it? He got a letter that was like, yes, you are a prince.
There was no such letter. That is heresy.
His plaque says you're not the high priest of Iska.
Well, he's a notorious liar. He lies about being a prince all the time.
I've heard riddles about this. One of you tells truths and the other only tells lies.
I
What if-
almost never tell the truth.
Was that a lie then? Are you telling the truth now?
Said almost
See,
always.
this guy's onto the game.
But you're also calling that other little squawk guy a lie.
See, but
His Excellency.
Both people can be liars. You can have more than one liar in the world.
I wish you could flip this over in
Yeah,
the
I
browser.
probably should have rotated it, but Meta sure was a letter in that last session. Alright. You guys, the next one that you revive is Philo by the sounds of it. And after a minute and a half or so...
I do ask what they know about him.
Okay, fair, yeah.
Because while I do think I've played up enough of Vasu's attraction to gnolls in general, I don't want to just be entirely meta and be like, oh, revive my character next.
Oh no,
For what
it's
it's worth, the plan is to
literally
get all of
deciding it. Yeah,
True.
the plan's to get all of them. It's just
I think
The
this
order,
is
you know?
this is fan service for all of you guys.
right?
Well, it's mostly just I don't know what. I mean, there are a few characters here that Philo didn't meet.
That's true, but Trace and Jerry would definitely know plenty about Philo if they want to explain what they know.
Philo's an excellent marksman who had some magic. He
Did
was a
we?
great captain who owned the ship. Well, no one here has any of their equipment, so I speak about this.
Oh, so he was like a sailor?
Yeah, I think he do a lot better with a ship and some guns.
When we saw the Tidebringer back in the Dragon's Lair, we didn't have any name tied to it, or did we?
No. The only name that was tied to it was the person who gave the ship to Alexana, which you later learned was the other dragon, whose name is something. I'll go find it real quick.
Gotcha.
Who ended up being the same silver dragon who apparently helped awaken the keepers in Firebird's Roost.
Gotcha.
Well, here's the thing about the deck. No one here seems to have awakened with any of their equipment. So it might not be with him at all. Unless he somehow put it inside his body.
Oh, like a little cavity search?
So she would have never let that thing leave his person. He would have died sooner.
Does his statue look like it's holding a deck?
It doesn't, no. You can see that he's got kind of a bow, and there's a fleet of ships behind him.
There's not a single deck anywhere that could be hidden in a compartment.
Give me an investigation check.
I think
you want some help?
Describe the Philo statue.
Yeah, I would like help. 26.
With a 26...
I was gonna make a check.
Sure, yeah, go for it.
Because I think we both have it. He has an item. He already has advantage.
Yeah, you guys both have advantage for your own reasons. 25, 26. You guys very carefully study Sochi's, hoping to find some sign of a deck of many things or a compartment that might contain one. And apart from the same levers and release mechanisms that you see on all of them, you don't find any other strange compartments or any other signs of a deck, either literally in the statue or like carved onto it as part of the artwork.
Yeah, I guess he probably could have cached it somewhere.
He could have, yeah.
But
if he, it wouldn't be here.
We'll just have to ask him.
So, would you like to get him next? Would you like to get?
Well, it sounded like Feathermeat wants to talk to the Knoll he's got the hots for, so let's go with him.
Sure. It's just that, will he be effective without guns?
I have 2 pistols right here.
Let's give him 2 pistols. That should be fine.
Let's be real. None of these people are going to be effective for days, anyways. So.
That's true.
I can always duct tape him to his hand so he can't drop him.
Yeah, that is very true, and those of you who have been awakened at this point would definitely be able to reiterate. Fighting does not seem like a reasonable option for
No, but I'm sure that they'll feel better having weapons on them.
Probably.
I mean, being able to hit something at all is better than not.
By the way, does anyone have a holy symbol of Sethrak?
Who's the Sethrak guy you keep muttering about?
He's the one and only god.
Well, that's false, because there are many gods.
That's hearsay.
What do you want to talk more about him? Description?
Sure, I have a holy symbol, so I can, pump it up with a little bit of, extra pizzazz. Let me just finish this bean soup. You can hold on to my shield. It's got a holy symbol on it. Thanks, pale mate. It does feel kind of nice to just have one in the hand, I'll need it. I'll need it back at some point. Well, we can talk about that when the time comes.
You can hold one of mine. I canonically have made several.
Thank you.
It is worth mentioning that when you present the holy symbol of Aedra, which I guess has been present this whole time, but it's the first time you've drawn attention to it, all of these people that are being revived, speaking Undercommon from who knows how long ago, do all seem to recognize the holy symbol of Aedra. None of the other ones really stand out to them, but they seem to be familiar with this holy symbol.
Is that the holy symbol of the Emma?
Aedra, but we have recently learned that they might be one and the same, or at least some people speculated it.
Why the rebrand? Jerry won.
That was, I guess, before my time. It's always been Aedra to me. Never heard of her.
Your religion is +3.
Yeah, it's a -1 int, but I'm proficient in it, so there's that.
Oh.
Alright. The process continues. after a minute and a half of whirring and flashing lights, a rather large gnoll, covered in scars, clearly battle-worn, is reformed in the pool, which he kind of barely fits in. He looks gaunt, just like all the others, like he'll take some time to kind of come back to his full strength. The fur is still kind of growing back in. It's got this scraggly, kind of mangy look to him. But after some time, making sure that he's healthy, he does also wake up.
I do hate to interject because I'm flattered, but I do want to remind that Philo was only 6'3", which is pretty short for
That's
a gnoll.
true, yeah, he was small for a gnoll.
This is squibbly Noel.
It's up to Vasu how he wants to interpret it. You've kind of got this
Scrap.
this mental picture because you've been following around Cass for so long of this big, giant, beefy gnoll. And then this guy
And he's
pops
only a
out,
little shorter than me.
He's shorter than you.
7 inches shorter. That's a whole dick length.
I mean,
I don't know how to do that laugh in a voice though, so
Ho ho!
I can't.
Stop.
I can't. It just
You
comes
can't.
out. Mm-mm.
I don't know how to do that either. Do I get the sense that feeding these 12 a hero's feast will instantly revive them back to full capacity?
Boy, it would definitely help them a whole lot. You're not sure if it would, like, instantly bring them back to full capacity, but it would definitely speed things along for sure.
Do you think that you need to make the hero's feast and then have Nordo boil it down into like a broth, which is really kind of sad to think about?
It'll be like a
was gonna say,
heroes, like a senior heroes feast, where it's like a whole bunch of like old people foods.
Hero's protein shake.
It's just oatmeal, just a lot of oatmeal.
A hero's early
Hero's
bird special.
oatmeal.
A hero's continental breakfast? I don't know.
I wouldn't recommend any of these people eating too heavy. Y'all might want to slow down a little bit and make yourself sick.
Could have the hero's feast in the form of a bunch of heroes stews and soups and fondues.
Yeah, I also am going to give those pistols to the. Hey, Mr. Pirate Noel. Want some pistols?
Captain Mundail.
I don't know how I feel about you because you're not.
Because you're not Cass.
At least now you two don't have to keep fighting over Cass anymore. You each got a Knoll pirate yourself.
I'm... Cass isn't really a pirate.
Well,
He's a mercenary.
Also, I feel like saying fighting over Cass kind of implies that Vasu, had.
Oh, sure. There was not a fight.
It was not a fight. It was Vasu being very
It
creepy.
was Vasu watching a Let's Play.
I was just trying to be polite, but you're correct.
Ouch.
By the way, every time Nordo finishes a new bowl of soup and is ready to serve it up to somebody, he rings the concierge bell to be civil.
Also, that's funny about restaurants, right? You ring for the waiter to come get the food.
But the waiter doesn't ring it.
Oh, so you walk up, you give it to them, and then ring, and then walk
Yes,
away.
exactly.
They probably think you're really. Actually, it actually does sound pretty fancy. I'd be like, oh man, I don't know where he's from. But...
There's a sound effect. in
That's
my food.
really fancy.
That's great. There's a sound effect.
Is this the butler?
Well, it's just we're around these big, important people who were big, amazing heroes back in the day. I just want to put off a good first impression,
Apparently not too good.
Yeah.
Since,
It is a little bizarre. To fast forward things just a little bit because there's a lot to get through. Eventually, all 12 of these heroes, unless you guys have any objections, are woken back up and fed a hot meal. And when you kind of look over at this hall of former heroes, it kind of looks like a sick ward.
Well, none of these are helpful to us whatsoever.
Yeah, like you can kind of see that they're a very diverse cast. They seem to have a mixed set of skills. They seem to kind of recognize each other and they're kind of catching up with each other, although there's not a ton to catch up on so much as like, hey, what do y'all think of this shit? Yeah, they kind of all begin to kind of make some sense of what you've told them. I explained that you guys go through the process one more time of catching them up on everything that you know, telling them the history of what you've learned so far, the situation with the outsiders, and also with Ozymandias and with the demons here. They all agree to be of whatever service that they can. None of them feel like they're in a position to be fighting anytime soon. But at the very least, they have knowledge, they have some magic that they might be able to contribute, and they can watch over this place. They seem content that after a day or two of rest, and with a little bit of time to rearm themselves, they should be able to at least keep this place safe and the Central Elbrat mine safe. And they agree that once you reactivate it, Summit is going to have to stay here and protect that Central Elbrat mine 24/7 because it is going to draw aggro from the outsiders for sure.
Right. I have a day to rest. I could craft some things out of scrap. Armor and such, and weapons.
Well, where are all y'all's things? Where's the stuff? Surely you left your supplies somewhere where you could get to them if you got woke up.
Most of them kind of stored them away somewhere that they thought would be safe. Jerry left things under the protection of Tominator at his factory. Sochi sent things back to his homeland to be kept in the Royal Vault. Toklo probably would have sent things to Izka. So each of them kind of put their things wherever they thought would be best. It is reasonable if any of you have anything that you would want to have access to that it could be stored here in Pleiades. They could have kept it in an apartment or in the bank vault. And it is possible that some of it might still be here if you wanted to go on a mission to recover some of it.
Farron goes to find his flask as fast as he can. Yeah. Toklo snickers like a little girl when everyone's telling the story, and they talk about the part where Tarrasca's awakened.
Yeah,
no.
He's able to piece together that was probably his fault.
Once everyone is awake and whatever, Nomad just gives them the blow by blow again of what's going on.
Absolutely.
And once everyone is calm, once everyone is calm, he's like, also I'm a mind flayer.
Space mate.
This is kind of the point. And again,
that the one where the souls are inside, yeah, that's me. I have a conscience, I guess.
Yeah.
Your thing is correct.
This would be kind of the point where Trace stands up and says, see, this is it. This is proof that this can work. I was hoping that this plan would never have to be enacted, but it has been, and here we are, and I think that we stand a chance.
It was very wise and cunning of you to have a backup just in case.
Ace, yeah, what's up?
So we have a few big players on the board against us, and I was wondering if you guys knew anything about them. Dragon, Ozymandias, the demon, the Pale Knight, because she has a giant Titan demon walking around. I know, I didn't say the Pale Mother this time.
The Pale Mammy.
Then we have the food court.
The food court.
That sounds kind of familiar. I don't know about this Ozymandias. I'm always down to fuck with the dragon, though.
Yeah, he's like some undead dragon trapped behind the Crosswinds, or in the Crosswinds.
Yeah.
In
the Crosswinds.
And obviously the Pale Knight's a bad news. Yeah.
So, collectively, they're able to kind of help with some of these things. Adelaide, absolutely would know about this. And everyone here would be the one that they are most familiar with is the Pale Knight. Their retelling of the story is that they came down here and made this secret city to escape the outsiders, but quickly realized that there was apparently a gate to hell very near this place. And through that gate to hell came the Pale Knight and her minions.
I know that bitch.
Yeah. They actually are a little surprised once they get a lay of the land. They remember this place being way more overrun with Pale Knight demons, and they're a little bit, concerned, what the fuck is she up to now if she's not fucking with this space? They kind of get the impression that maybe they took as much control of the city as they believed that they need to, and are now doing something else now that they believe that they can, without being hampered.
Yeah, I think do you guys know who the Deep Mother is?
Yes, they are familiar with the Deep Mother as well. She was she was a protector for this place. She helped them initially kind of found this place. But she became corrupted by the Pale Knight and was used against them. She would start to spawn these bizarre aberrations that would kind of breach into the city and attack them, basically working with the Pale Knight to overrun the city.
Whoa, so... Well, that's kind of different from what she's doing now, right? She's...
Fighting back.
She's guarding the hole to hell, isn't she?
Yeah, you would be aware that currently she is guarding the hole to hell. She is literally, blocking it with her body as best as she can. But you would be aware, because she told you, she is still being corrupted. All of these pale abominations that keep attacking from the sea, those are corrupted aberrations that the Pale Knight has kind of put into her. And she also believes that she is, running out of strength, that she is on a timer and will be overrun soon.
So we're getting fucked from both sides.
Definitely sounds like it. And then this third side, only a few people recognize Ozymandias in that plot. But once you kind of link it to Tabula Rasa, a lot more of them oh yeah, those people. They don't know a ton, except that there was a cult called Tabula Rasa that was apparently led by a big dragon named Ozymandias that was trying to fuck with the Crosswinds for some ritual and ended up causing a huge problem. They are all kind of under the impression that this cult's purpose was to prevent the outsiders from spreading to other worlds. They kind of did it as they pretended that what they were doing was noble. That was their cover. And you're able to explain to them that that was just a lie, because what was really going on is Ozymandias was trying to do a ritual to turn himself into the weave, or merge with the weave somehow. And that all tracks with them, and they're like, oh shit, well, if that went wrong, then it sounds like we have a third side we're getting fucked from. Who is this food court?
Oh,
What's the actual place called?
It's the Burger King in Ronald McDonald.
Treasure Pineland, I believe.
Which I don't think any of these people are gonna recognize.
Well, we also had White Castle, Mr. White, whatever his name was.
I've never heard of Treasure Pineland, but if you guys are dealing with food people, is there any chance that Treasure Pineland has a big sentient red button living in the middle of it?
Yeah, or maple syrup manta ray still a thing?
Does any of this sound familiar?
You guys have not encountered either of those things.
It's just one time me and Fast Meat over here in Sochi accidentally made a whole island of sentient food. And
Fast Meat? Which one's
Wait, did you guys encounter a genie?
yeah, kind of. Yes.
Oh my god, we made the exact same mistake before. Only we made a button that gave us food, but anytime it touched literally anything, it started raining food down, so we had to throw it into the ocean.
That's exactly what happened to us, too.
Oh my god,
Wait.
that's amazing.
How did
I thought we were just idiots.
Twice?
Well,
How did you?
Why did you wish for a button that could summon food?
I didn't.
it wasn't. Never mind.
That kind of sounds like the sword we found one time.
Kobe does clarify
That's
that.
one.
Yeah, Kobe clarifies that yours was a sword, but basically the same mistake.
Thanks. Yeah, I put it in a magnetic field to keep it from touching anything.
Oh, that's
It
right.
never made anything good, ever.
It did make a few things.
Made delicious food sometimes.
That's a lot smarter. We threw ours overboard until
Yeah,
it
we just
became
threw ours
sentient.
into the bottom of the ocean and it made a whole island. It was a real serious problem.
But
Why
we-
did you
Hey,
fill
we
my-
blamed the fuck out of those druids, though.
Did the caterpillar push it and then worship it as a god?
It was Sochi's fault. He's the one that made the wish.
Okay.
Apart from this little diversion, none of these people seem to be familiar at all with the cabal of food industry moguls.
Who knows if that came from this? There are two food-related things that were created. Surely it made new villains.
What do you guys know about the Watcher? Jerry made it sound like he knew something about him.
Hated that guy.
Jerry just kind of shimmies a little closer to Trace.
He was a good friend. Philo killed him in front of me.
Sure did.
Oh,
In cold blood.
Damn.
I'm sorry to
Ah,
hear that.
sorry, Trace.
That was pretty warm at the time. I mean, where's
He
had my
lived on
where's
the.
my-
Did he live? Did he always live on the moon?
Yes, that's where he took my soul when I was murdered.
Prior,
Oh.
he was in the sword.
I didn't do that one.
Well, he has a bunch of paintings up there, or he did, of like people, but it was like magic paintings that trapped things.
Oh yes, that's where he. So he was like a patron of warlocks and such, and whenever his patronee would die, he would put them into a painting.
Oh, okay, interesting.
It is a
You
little
said
bizarre
he
to
was
trace them.
There are mind flayers up there now,
Oh shit!
but they're like really weak. They're like feeding off of those giant worms because there's no brains.
Oh well. Why did you kill them then?
No, we just lied to them instead, and then left.
Well, that seems like a waste.
Well, we didn't know if they had more information that we needed later.
We were also in the moon, didn't want to like die on the moon.
Yes, we didn't want to risk it, so we made a deal with them temporarily, which I still have to do.
Or maybe we don't. Yeah, I don't know if there's any need to hold up our end of that bargain.
If one
I
must
don't
become a
even
god,
remember what it was.
if one must become
Bring
a
them
god,
brains.
one must honor one's word.
Also, this isn't kind of the plan to make the mind flayers, I don't know, get along with us civilized wise. So like,
Oh
Oh
god,
god.
Sorry.
are you okay?
Yeah.
Out of nowhere.
Okay, I feel that. Just the random coughing fits.
Yeah. Can you say something? Coughed instead.
3 weeks of that.
Sorry.
What did you guys catch?
Literally COVID.
Mine wasn't even COVID. I don't know what the
The
fuck
thing,
I've got.
this isn't COVID.
Yeah, that's fair.
Sorry, carry on.
Some child gunk.
hmm
Children are carriers of
Like-
many diseases.
Nordo, reaches into his pouch and pulls out a little chunk of whitish stone into this weird alien-looking creature trace. He's like, you all don't have any of your stuff. I don't know if we'll be able to find it for you, but this feller was important to you, huh? This Watcher.
Yeah,
Yes. Took.
and it was a weird and complicated relationship.
I took these little chunks of stone from up there if you want one, just to hold on to. Something to think of him by. Just a little
Yeah.
moon rock.
Do you
Thanks.
want some wine from up there too?
Oh hell yes!
Wine?
Yeah, there was some wine up there. On the
Why didn't you leave with that?
Well, because I don't know.
He wanted to keep the wine.
Triss
Not
has
really.
also shifted into an actual human form at this point.
It doesn't really do much for me anymore. But I also kind of I like some of the bottles, so I didn't want to give all of it away. But if you promise to give the bottles back, yeah, you guys can. I'm happy to share with heroes.
Yeah,
You want
absolutely.
the bottle?
Just this one mostly.
Triss is going to take a big swig.
So out
Oh,
of
I was-
curiosity, this human form
Don't
that
think
Triss
this-
has taken, is it Elizabeth or is it just a generic
Eh?
human?
Elizabeth probably.
You would notice that it looks almost like a bizarre cosplay of the weird woman that
King?
that King was doing at the big meeting in Salt Bowl. Kind
So,
of black hair, kind of a fancy Victorian look, kind of half elven.
Only totally naked.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that.
Do you guys need some clothes?
Nah, I'm good.
I've got
Nah.
5 outfits. They all match, but they're kind of different colors.
They're also fit for someone
Yeah.
6'10".
I guess I am a little tall.
I would like my headdress, though. Does anybody have some feathers and leather?
I've got
There's
some
feathers.
feathers.
Yeah,
Can
I
I
got
have some?
feathers. What color? You have a variety pack.
Well, if I could have a couple from that colorful feather meat over there and a couple from you, crow
Where's
meat,
my
that'd be just
coat?
great.
I have a collection of leathers. Would you like some leathers?
Just enough to wrap around my head and attach some feathers to. Thanks, squid meat.
Do you want them? Do you want them scaly? Do you want them? I have several.
Dealer's choice.
Just
By
picks
the
one
way,
at
all that
random.
business about the Trask you're talking about, I did that.
Excellent. I think it helped us. I think.
I don't know. I just wanted
Oh.
its boons.
I do have this tricorn hat. I don't wear it because the horns get in the way. They said they'd make holes that fit, and they don't. So
People need clothes. Here's a hat.
His hats and feathers.
I have to assume that Philo takes the hat and is now wearing only the tricorn.
which
He's
is
probably
kind of
wearing
odd,
that.
honestly.
Yeah, and I do hate to admit that Philo would wear any other coat but his own, but I know that Vasu in his inventory has a captain's coat that I
Oh yeah,
stole from
forever
some
ago.
pirate.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's
in
true.
like session 4, I think.
He's been wearing it, I think.
No, he's wearing his monk uniform mostly.
It does feel a little dirty, but it is, in fact, a captain's coat and a tricorn, so you feel a little better. Aside from the fact that you're wearing nothing but a tricorn and a trench coat, which kind of makes you feel like a creepy flasher or something. But
So
Well,
conveniently, I have a gnoll-sized cloak
hey,
specifically because I stole a cloak from one of the gnolls that we fought forever ago, back in one of the first sessions. So I'll give that to Philo too.
can I have some pants?
I've got like an orc-sized set of clothes because I have Orador's backpack with his belongings from the cackles in session 1. So I've got orc-sized clothing, 1 pair.
Wait, how big is the gnoll? He's pretty big, right?
Oh,
No,
I mean, he's still like big compared to me.
Well, I guess I'll take those orc clothes, and then Trace will turn into Rolado and just put those on.
perfect.
I mean, Vasu, I did mention, and I'm pretty sure he does have like actual 5 different colored varied outfits of his monk uniform, and the pants at least are, they're loose and baggy enough that can be pretty, they're like the tie pants that Neo has, that anybody can kind of wear them.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
this look perfect for me.
Pants. Vasu just starts handing out pants.
Sochi does insist that if any of you have a crown, you must give it to him.
He's not a prince. Don't. If he was a prince, he'd have his own crown. If he was a prince, he'd have his own crown.
Well, let's just
Sochi,
what
what did you do with the deck?
Let's go right now.
deck. Sochi, what did you do with the deck?
It's
Where's
in
the
vault.
deck?
It's in the vault back home. We just got to sail
Great.
back home
Great,
and get it.
because there's like
Nomad.
12 new people here that we could get to draw from it.
Nomad weirdly has an iron crown.
Do you?
I crafted a bunch of stuff that's meant
Oh yeah,
to be
that's
like
right. You did.
that's meant to be, because I gave you a bunch of like items. I mean, a shit ton of things like, hey, what does it take to enchant a crown with this? So I made a few of the items, and they're not enchanted. They're just a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, he'll take it if you give it to him.
Okay, here's an iron crown.
I have one auto grapple mini trident, but it's Kuatoa sized.
I also have one of those.
I don't know if any. Well, Perry might want it. I feel like
None of
Oh
these-
yeah, Perry's here. I forgot about him.
It's easy to miss him because he's
So
very,
stealthy.
Very stealthy.
He hasn't said a word yet.
You know how when you go into a new building, everyone plays the Spider-Man game, and they try to guess where Spider-Man would be hiding in like a new building.
What is that?
What are you talking about?
What?
I've never heard of
You
this.
guys
Yeah,
can
that's
do
the
this?
thing. Yeah, that's a great game.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
great
What?
game.
Yep.
When you
Maybe
go,
it's just
when you go into a new building or like a new environment, you play the Spider-Man game, and you try to figure out where Spider-Man would be hiding if he was in that building.
why would he be hiding in a building?
You
Because
just
that's
assume
what Spider-Man
that.
does.
It's the premise of the game.
Yeah.
Where's
Spider-Man. Is there is this
This-
a reference to anything other
This
than just
suddenly seems so weird now that I'm
does
hearing it out
Spider-Man
loud.
normally hide in buildings?
Yeah.
This
all the time.
this is this is definitely one of those things where this was definitely just your family's game,
Right?
And you felt like it was everybody's game.
This is a weirdo homeschool church kid thing.
Hey. Anyway, Perry is always like
Now I
hiding
want to
for
play
some
that
reason.
game.
It's not that he's like trying to avoid being hidden. It's just he just
No.
he gravitates towards like the
He's
dark
just
corners of
naturally
the
Just can't help
stealthy.
it.
Yeah, he's just naturally stealthy.
But is he more stealthy than Ace?
No.
Anyway, you guys are.
Anyway, I do have 4 golden nice clothing, fashionable goggles.
Perry probably wants the goggles. Or
And that would make
Solange.
sense for Jerry.
A bunch of mind
Oh, he's here
flare.
too.
Solange's here, yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, a bunch of mind flare robes. Like 4. Anyone's into those?
Does
Topo.
anybody have any glasses?
Oh god, did you wake up
Can't
crusty
see
old
without-
meat?
Who are you
Crusty.
calling crusty, you short, squat piece of shit? You false snake, you!
I told you. I told you to wake up everybody. That was a mistake. You should have put. Can we put him back? Because this one, is there a back switch?
That's no way for the high shaman to act. Come on.
Okay, sorry. We absolutely had to wake him up because we have this weird cube.
Yeah, it's his cube. It shocks things.
Oh, my cube! Give it here. Give it here.
Don't touch it.
wait.
Don't touch it.
Wait.
You
Okay.
think I don't know how to handle my own cube? You ingrate.
Gail's gonna do the thing where you like hold a thing away from somebody, but because Gail's so much shorter, you can just reach down.
You stop that and give it here. It's rude to keep things from your elders. I made that, you know.
Do you want to sit down before you like break your hips?
Well,
Like you're already really frail.
Oh, give me some tea, please.
Hold on, old timer. Take it easy.
Here's some.
Getting very faint. Thank you. If I touch that cube, it probably would hurt quite a bit. Maybe you should hold on to that cube for now. I'm getting faint. Please, some tea.
Here you go, old timer. Pull up a seat over here. I got your tea.
Here's some bean water.
Is that bean soup? My favorite.
I'm dying. Yeah, it's bean soup. I was told you might like it. Why don't you sit down for a minute? You're looking a little faint.
Oh, I'm always this pale, but thank you for noticing.
Just sip on that soup nice and slow, and maybe take yourself a little nap. You'll feel a little better when you wake up.
Can I
Don't
make an insight?
you tell me when to nap. I'm not tired.
Can I insight this group to see like how many people in this group seem like they're just like off their rocker and not going to be very helpful?
Yeah,
At least half.
Give me an insight check.
At least half.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna give me 5 seconds. I'm going to literally put a score on each of these.
Yeah.
Oh, there is it an insanity score?
Time for some DM judgment here.
This is fun.
Yeah. While this is going on, can I go around just kind of taking note and asking people what their favorite equipment would be? Like, would they like daggers, swords, tridents, whatever?
I would like
What
a
kind-
holy symbol of Sethrak, please.
Okay. I don't have a whole. What does this holy symbol look?
What about a component pouch?
I think it's like a snake eating another snake's tail. God, is that right?
I've seen that one before. Yeah.
Yes, you guys have seen it, and so technically, in the Phoenix or in the Firebird's Roost, inside of that temple, there's a very large sculpted holy symbol of Sethrak.
Oh, yep. We used it as
I
a
was gonna
key.
say yeah.
Yeah, it's literally a statue, but it is a holy symbol of Sethrak.
Oh yeah, bitches. Only God left.
Wait, so can you like?
There were
You're
4
holding
other
Adra's
gods in-
holy symbol.
So
Well, I just
can
mean
you
the only God from back then, you know.
can you just like carve a new one?
I guess.
Yeah.
Like, does that work?
I think
Yes,
so.
it would require a little bit of time and a little bit of effort, but you know it, and you could certainly make it if you were to get just like some bone and some carving tools.
I'm
just needs-
a cunning artisan because of my race, so I can just make
What
it.
what type of bone do you want?
I mean, I've got plenty of bones and also proficiency at like jeweler's kit, so I could probably
How
help
many-
out with that.
How many bones are we talking? Because if you've got enough, I can make us some skeletons,
That's creepy.
like animated ones. You know.
Oh, you got to see
That's a
this.
little
It's the
cool.
coolest thing.
It's all teeth though, so it's teeth golem. It's teeth
No,
skeletons.
You guys
Vasu
ever
has-
heard of Rishna, Warrior Queen of the Reclaimers?
I'm pretty sure Vasu has other bones, but I can't look at my character page right now.
I'm
So-
assuming S is very trustworthy and sane.
So S is like absolutely no funny business, like totally reliable, business oriented all the time.
I'm going to have to tell you to lower Tulgans to a B then,
I can't see this ranking.
because he actively drank where juice just for the
that's
fuck of it.
true. All right, Tolkien might be a little lower than an S.
These are all crazy people.
Being mildly chaotic
Yeah, I
does
told
not
you.
make you not useful.
This isn't
I didn't-
usefulness. This is like
I said
craziness.
yeah, sanity and going to like make sure they actually can help us
Yeah.
with the mission, opposed to being insane and fucking things up.
Yeah,
Tolkien is at least
Like
an A.
summoning a Trask would not be
Tolkien-
very
you're
helpful
right.
in this situation.
Tolkien might be an A.
Or would it?
B and up is useful. B just kind of means that they also have their own personal shit going on, and every now and then that might like interfere. C means they're gonna do what they want, and maybe it'll be helpful. D means that they are like actually insane and might literally be detrimental sometimes.
There are 3 Ds here.
I do like how 2 of them are from the same party.
Yes.
Did that party get anything
Look at our
done?
party's grades. It's Sochi D, Farron C, Tokwo D.
Is-
Adelaide's S tier, though.
I played
Adelaide
with those
was
characters, like,
was
2
Michaela,
times,
right?
Yeah.
And I agree
Yeah.
that they are very much D. Adelaide can be, yeah, Adelaide was an A or an S, but everyone else was definitely a D in that party.
Mhm. Farron's got Stunning Strike, though, so that moves him to C by default.
Yes.
How does our party match up then? How do we match up?
Oh my god, let's see.
Is anyone
Not
in
well.
this group sane?
Oh, is he gonna rank us now?
Say this
Alright.
is sane.
Please rank
and,
us.
Like, sane and willing to help.
Here
What
comes
if I'm
that ass.
insane but willing to help? Because Nomad has been. I'm actually insane. Like, legit insane. He says it.
Technically, you are. You are an insane.
I started writing this out.
An
I think
insane
they might just-
illithid.
They might just
What,
all
what
be
person?
B.
I think
But
Nomad's
it makes
probably the
you-
most willing to help, but also the most likely to do something crazy and get
What
everybody
person
killed.
grabs a random glowing thread thing?
Yeah, I gotta tell you guys, your
Like-
party is not doing so hot on the scale.
See, I'd give Nomad a B, I think. Because he's fucking insane, obviously,
He's-
but he's still like,
I think the insane averages out, so
Yeah.
it's a C.
you're right. When you're right, you're right. D for Nordo. What? I'm literally triggered.
That was Norwoody.
Well, if that was a
Well, none of us are an A.
Oh yeah, there's no A's in this party.
There's no-
I
Like
almost
us.
had Moat as an A. The only
And
reason
then you realize-
almost
Moat was
had
willing
Moat
to
as an
like
A. I'm not the A.
Yeah.
Moat was willing to ritual sacrifice hundreds of
Right.
people to get his personal jihad done.
Look, if you got a Jonestown, you got a Jonestown.
All right. There's an evening of everybody kind of getting to know each other. There's a lot of new faces and a lot of personalities to kind of get used to. Go ahead. Yeah.
In regards to that, just because this evening time might leave a couple of them with stuff to do.
Sure.
I have my inventory says 10 tinkering supplies. No idea what that means.
Huh.
I also have generic parts that I spent an hour crafting, so whatever I could have made in an hour
Okay.
of crafting generic like tinkering parts. And I'm going to give both of those to Jerry to fix and do whatever he needs to with Dominator.
Absolutely.
I don't know if that's going to be enough for him or not, but he's got it.
You can definitely see that at the very least he's starting to kind of put together the basic framework, and he's doing it at a very good pace for like somebody who's literally on a deathbed and like, you know, feeding on bean soup and has shaky hands. Still will take some time to, you know, get things going, but I assume that Jerry appreciates the gesture and can definitely make use of the scrap.
And jumping way back to Watcher, we should probably use that brush and get this semblance engine out of here.
Yeah, if we're through with what we need to do with it, I think that's a good idea.
Unless these folks know of anyone else that we need to bring back that's hidden somewhere, I can disconnect this and we can get it up into a painting.
Say, is there anybody else elsewhere in the city, or is this all y'all?
Jerry would be well aware that everybody who was not stored in this building is presumably dead. And because they are dead, that means they would have been sucked into the nearest Elbrat mine. And the Elbrat mine is built on the semblance engine, but it is much stronger, and it's kind of a one-way thing. There's not a real good way to pull anyone out without destroying the Elbrat mine. Even if you have the semblance engine, it's just the Elbrat mine is stronger. There is kind of a... It's bizarre. Between the 12 people that have all been woken up and the hints that you guys have found, there is kind of this lingering feeling that maybe there was one more person that, like, should be here and was part of all of this, but they've kind of, like, nobody really can put their finger on it. They can't remember who it was. But But yeah, nobody. It kind of is just a lingering thought in the back of everybody's mind that there was somebody else involved in all of this that nobody can remember.
Seems to be there are 12 pods. That's all of it. There's the broken statue outside that's melted. Does anyone know what that one is?
I'm assuming it's what they're talking about. The scratched out name.
The archmage who keeps disappearing from the papers.
This definitely triggers some weird thoughts with Philo, who seems to just kind of have some vague, fuzzy memories of someone that was important that he can't really remember. And every time you chase down a rabbit hole, you remember, like, oh, maybe it was Avasi, maybe it was my brother, maybe it was my dad, maybe it was those cool bakers at Port Fortune.
The bakers.
But every time you get to the end of a rabbit hole, you're like, no, that's not it. There was somebody else. Trace is like, some bastard got me killed. That's why I went to go see the Watcher. Like, I died because of some asshole, and I can't remember who it was. There's just, this... It's not a surprise to anyone that somebody is missing and there's some weird memory shit going on.
Trace probably blames Philo for it. You
took the shot.
No, that one weren't me, I swear.
Yeah, imposed Philo into that position. It's like, yeah, you were always trigger happy. That's why you killed the Watcher too.
Let's see. Ace, was there anything that you wanted to get done?
Yeah. Specifically saving Solange for last. I'm gonna try talking to the heroes and just kind of getting their stories and just writing their stories down, kind of doing my investigative report and stuff.
Absolutely.
But obviously saving Solange last, since I'm sure that he will take up the remainder of my time based on this small interaction I had with him. Yeah. And I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of nothing.
Will you be okay?
There are 12 people to go through. We can either go through it real quick in character,
or
we can just.
I mean, you can if you want. I just figured that was gonna be over the night. But
okay, for sure.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask if we want to move to the central Elbrot mine.
Well, this place is being watched currently. I'm assuming
it's currently being watched.
What I think it's waiting for is it's waiting to see if these people get resurrected. So the moment we leave with all these people, it's going to go tell the big one. So it might be best to wait here.
Yeah, I don't mean now. I mean, is that the plan later on to move to the central?
Actually, that brings up a question. Could we stealthily put a hole in the back wall and leave out the back and trick it?
With the maze eye, sure.
So I think that was the idea, right? The reason we came here and got all those people so they could help us defend ourselves from whatever goes down when we turn that mind on.
Yeah, I don't imagine that any of them are in helping condition currently.
You say they need equipment and rest now. They ain't in any shape to fight.
I'm wondering if we can take apart the semblance engine, maybe in 3 parts, if I'm looking at this right.
The semblance engine is just a small part of this. I'm pretty sure that these outer tubes aren't a part of the actual engine itself, right? It's just this middle part?
It's just that central part. You'd be aware that the pools are, you could make this anywhere that you have, digging tools, stone, and a little copper.
Some water.
And some salt water, yeah. The only part that would be hard for you to reproduce is the engine itself here in the middle.
Okay. So we can stash the semblance away in the portrait and bring that with us so we don't have to worry about whether it's being taken or not.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah. As long as it's just that, then it's fine. I thought these were giant vats that were vital.
No, fortunately not.
Thank goodness.
How far away are we physically from the factory? How long of a walk is it?
Let me double check. I believe it is. It is nearly the adjacent district. So it's three city blocks basically.
Okay. I think if we need them to, they can make it, but they ain't gonna be especially sneaky or protective of themselves, especially.
Yeah.
Old time over there. I don't know if we could even get him to wake up to walk 3 blocks.
Yeah. I think my main concern is that if we leave the building with them, it's just going to draw the Titan out the moment that he sees that they've been awakened.
Maybe
I can teleport a few of them. Yeah.
So it might be best if we can just wait here for the night. I mean, it doesn't look like this vault itself could get into. We can always. Well, actually, is this place airtight?
It doesn't have a front door.
How is there oxygen down here? There's no plant life. How are they alive?
Jerry would explain that the arcane quarter has a magisterium, and inside of that magisterium are a bunch of light, air, and anti-divination fields. And thankfully, they all seem to still be running, or else we would be drowning right now.
Anti-divination?
Yeah, the entire city. That was the whole point of this place, is it was a hiding place.
How? So you guys just happened to put the city right next to the mouth of hell in the ocean, like not even like a mile away, but like right next to it.
Well,
or is there like multiple mouths to hell?
there are definitely multiple mouths to hell. Tolkien and Mulek would probably actually be the two that are like, oh yeah, we ran into a mouth of hell at one point while we were adventuring years before all of this. They're just all over the place.
Like, is Hell's Flag Trench one of them too?
We don't know anything about that name, but it certainly seems reasonable with that name.
Is our plan to rest here?
I think that might be best.
I think it'd be for the best. I don't think that it's a good idea to march these naked, tired, half-dead people out through the street, even if it's only a short way.
Yeah.
I don't
Simply
think they're
that
in any condition.
it's simply that the central abrupt mind is unprotected. It has the hallowed field, the forbiddance, for a little while longer. I think it ends like
Maybe some of us
tonight.
should stay here with these folks, and some of us should go back with the Elbrat Mind.
Yeah, some should protect these people. Some. I am in no condition to fight. I'm out of mana, but I do have cantrips, and I will fight to my last breath if I need to.
I'm in okay shape. I can head back and protect the brain if that's where we think we're gonna need it.
So I'm doing fine. I still got plenty of oomph left behind my axe, but I can either save it here to protect these people if someone comes poking around, or go back to the mind. From
Yeah.
here, I can take
I
care
probably
of
should
the...
stick with Nomad. We're kind of crippled if we're not together in a fight.
I'm going to.
Okay, I mean, I just need a nap and I'm good no matter what. So
Yeah, a nap should do you well.
I'm a warlock.
I'm gonna go put the semblance engine in a portrait. Who wants to hold on to that?
I say I'll paint
I
the
can-
Tory with my painting
I
skills.
have a bag of holding right here.
Easy enough. There are no surprises during that process. A few minutes later, you've got a painting of this thing. And when you finish the painting, it magically seems to kind of add in all 12 of these people that have been resurrected, and all of you guys kind of heroically standing in front of it. This very kind of exaggerated image of the scene.
Cool.
You know what just occurred to me? Just completely meta, out of nowhere, looking through my inventory of items. I have a note that was left for Nordo by the Burger King at the monastery. We have a possession of his for scrying on him. I don't know, does a letter sent to me by him count as one of his possessions? I don't know how this world works.
Sure. Yeah, for the purposes of scrying, why not?
That's nice.
Are we capable of putting the semblance engine in here, actually?
Let me double check the restrictions.
It says non-magical object.
Ooh, yeah, that might be an issue.
It might be.
Watcher's Brush.
Let's see. I know we upgraded it. I don't know if it's a thing.
I think the upgrade was literally just the cube size.
Oh yeah. Oh, we might not be able to put it
I think
here.
it was also to make it so you only had to possess it for a minute, because it originally was
yeah.
like a day or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, well, this is useless to us. We have to stick to something for a day.
Well, this puts a major damper on
How big is it?
So,
What if we put it on the ship in the bottle and then put
Can't
the
have
ship
anything on
back
it.
in the nothing?
Nothing.
I can just put Nipples on it and say it's not magical and it should work.
Gale.
That's really clever.
That's actually pretty
You
clever.
It also does work.
You could put
It's
what
like-
on it?
He can use Nistles to make it seem non-magical, and then
Because
it counts as non-magical.
Nipples is the most powerful spell in the game.
It's not just seem, though. It is treated by other
It's-
spells and
yeah.
effects as if it is
Really?
non-magical.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is the
Oh,
most
wow. That's
powerful game
Yeah,
spell in the
it
game.
is.
It's very
Jesus.
good.
It's very, very good. As Drake pointed out, like the radiant damage from a smite wouldn't work on an undead if
Yep.
they had Nipples on them.
Absolutely.
Well, the extra one, yeah.
Yeah.
Gale rolled a 43 or something. You'd be aware that conveniently, because of the way that this thing is powered by a stasis set of still stones instead of embedded directly into the object, you could potentially just pull the magical power source out of this thing, and it would just be a non-magical machine.
Oh, it's a separate power source.
Okay.
So 2 options. That would require some work and a chance of things going wrong, but you're also very good at your job.
And Jerry's here.
It might be good to do that, because I assume you don't have Nistles prepared, right?
No, not now. I could prepare it tomorrow. I also don't have the mana to cast.
It seems like it might be easier to just unplug it.
Yeah. If we unplug it, I should be able to carry these still stones and stuff. If you want me to hold on to everything.
That should be fine.
Cool.
Alright, what do I have to do to unplug this thing?
Give me a Tinker's Tools check.
I feel
with
like
advantage. You got lots of help.
What's a 6? Yeah, God.
Yeah, 34.
34.
Absolutely. Jerry kind of like tries to explain some of the theory behind these stasis fields, and a lot of it, it's not necessarily that the magic is super advanced, you're able to understand it, but a lot of it requires weird combinations of chemicals and alloys that you just have never heard of, that you are not commonly mined up and made. But now that you know about them, you might be able to begin replicating some of those effects later on. Importantly, it does require a lot of this benoisium that you've been running into to create kind of this stabilizing field.
Oh my God, I've been collecting that shit.
You sure have.
I have a bunch of them with me right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And now that you kind of know the process. So, one of the reasons that this is not a common material is because part of the process of making benoisium is taking star metal and processing it with new fire, which is that stuff that just appeared when the Phoenix was reborn. And without that, it's very hard to make benoisium, and without benoisium, you can't make a stability field. And without a stability field, you can't move stillstone. But things are slowly coming back online, things are waking back up, and you feel like you've just been given the secret. You might be able to harness this very soon to make even more powerful and incredible magic technology than any of the stuff that you've been able to see or make before. But for now, the result is that you're able to pull the component out. It is about the size of a basketball. It's very portable. And the rest of the machine is able to get painted in just fine. It is now considered non-magical.
There you go.
Nice.
So in order to paint the shell of the thing and get a painting of the non-magical parts.
Alright. Ace is spending the evening getting to know everybody, getting to know their stories, learning more about their abilities and what they did. Anybody else have any other business for tonight before you rest? And I think some of you were going to split off and go protect the Elrod mine.
Yeah, I have no ability to protect anyone currently, so I'm just gonna stay with Ace. Help him around with that, but also help Jerry, like, scrap shit together, I guess.
Excellent. It sounded like Gale was also going to be helping Jerry with the rebuild process. So who was headed to the Elrod mine? We had Nordo.
I was going to stay with the. I was going to stay at the Heroes Hall and take care of the infirmary ward, make sure everyone's on the up and up. Unless I needed
the brain.
So is it just Moat and I?
Vasu.
And Vasu?
Vasu will go, but I can't do combat myself, so.
It's legit.
Put him where you will.
Yeah.
He'd
Just a
either go there or hang back and help with the heroes.
Yeah. The lady ghost who's connected to that core. She's in Toto, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Do we have a body to put her in with the semblance engine before we put it away?
I don't. Unless I put her into Toto or Dominator. I'm not putting her into Toto.
Yeah, definitely not Toto.
Toto's
it's just yeah.
Toto's his own boy, and the last time I put something into Toto, he started eating pixies, so...
Among other things, we don't know what else that did. Maybe he's slightly real now. But
time
yeah,
will tell.
I don't think we have any place to put her in, so she can't help us fight. She's currently with us. Yeah, can she communicate with everyone else, I guess?
She can. And there would actually, there would be a moment of recognition between Fire and Jerry, because Fire was actually who. Fire is the reason Jerry started the Semblance Engine project. He initially wanted to create sort of this wooden, almost druidic-like robot for Fire to inhabit. And it was her. She was the first spirit that was ever implanted into a false body. The two of them remember each other and recognize each other, and have a little bit of a reunion there. They talk about Tom and Tominator, and Tomasov, the real Tom. And they kind of have a bit of a reunion. But unfortunately, there is no body to stuff her in for now, so for the time being, she is still just a spirit.
Who is this again?
This is Fire, the girl that was trapped in the
This
distorted...
Oh, yeah.
yeah, beneath Mr.
The fake
X.
Semblance Engine.
Also,
The one that got you killed.
Yeah.
Also, speaking of which, could we put the spirits of the masks into different bodies with the Semblance Engine?
Theoretically.
I actually have the stats of like the druid body. It's a sheet somewhere. I could like have it transferred.
Seems like that would fuck up the Phoenix real bad.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just kind of thinking out loud.
Ace, yeah, what's up?
Hold on. I completely forgot why I had my hand raised.
Was it for Solange, or...?
I remember now. Oh no. I broke the chat out. Give me a second. Okay. This is going to be directed probably before we all split up. So, I don't know if any of you guys have questions that you want to know about, I guess, changes in the city, but I have the ability to talk to the city itself. If you guys had questions, maybe find out what the Pale Mother's been up to here, or what's changed since you guys have been gone.
Can you ask it?
I'm unproud of you.
Huh?
Nothing.
The 12 that you've reawakened are definitely intrigued. They're interested. They are suspicious that the fiends are up to something because the place isn't swarming with them.
Also, I accidentally got rid of the chat tab. How do I get it back?
Uh-oh. I would just refresh Roll20.
Like, especially if you guys had stuff here, maybe it'll know what happened to it. I don't know.
Can you ask it where Sochi's deck of many things is?
Sochi already told you it's in his vault back in his house.
Hey Sochi, where's your house?
He would know that it was way to the north. He would know that north of this place is a place called Rosa, and north of that place is an ocean, and north of that ocean is his homeland.
Oh, motherfuck. So it's not here.
Oh, no. It's
No.
like the other side of the globe.
Well, alright, can you guys just put me back to bed?
No, unfortunately, we cannot do that.
Adelaide definitely chimes in and says, we're not using that fucking deck anymore.
Well, you don't have to use it if you don't want to, Heavy Meat.
Okay.
And also you can't, because if it was limited to just once, or I would just keep drawing for myself. That's the whole thing. That's why I need, new people to be around me and draw from it.
Do you know how many times you have ended the world using that deck and then had to have somebody draw until they could undo it?
But has it ever failed?
If you were reincarnated, could you just draw again?
That's a great question.
There's only so many cards in a deck, though. Like, eventually it's gonna just not work out, right?
No, that's the beauty of the deck. They go back in there.
Does it?
Not
Yeah.
all of them.
Not all of them. Most of them. We've already gone through all the ones that don't go back in there. We've used it a lot.
I'm guessing all the good ones don't go back in. Otherwise, it'd just be like, it's not good business.
Yeah. It's hit or miss.
But if you guys did have any questions that you wanted answered, obviously you guys know more of what we don't know than we do. But I can only do it at night.
How many questions do I get?
5?
Just me?
No, just total of 5 questions for the city that I will ask the city on your behalf. It knows what the buildings know and the people here know, which I guess would be the demons.
That's really useful.
I guess we. Hold on, let me reread it. I mean, it can be a riddly, and I guess it can be untruthful.
This feels like a gold mine. I'm just trying to think of what the questions would be.
I mean, if it genuinely knows what the demons know, it knows
Yeah,
what they're
the
doing.
collective thoughts, personalities, and memories of its occupants, its buildings, its landmarks, and the land it's built upon. Which, if it's built upon a hellmouth, then it's probably not going to be very nice.
Yeah, we might get some dishonest answers here.
But
Well,
I
if
can
that
always
answer's
fact check them with my monocle.
I'm less worried about dishonest answers, more worried about white noise from all the operations.
I don't know. I guess I don't typically get like white noise from like birds and cats and stuff.
It might be worth a shot.
I guess the first question I could be like, "How are you?" No.
How's things?
Hey girl, how you doing? What's the tea? But obviously, yeah, if you guys can't think of me tonight, we can always do it tomorrow night or.
Yeah, maybe let's sleep on it. See if we can come up with something.
I, first off, don't have any questions in mind, so I was just kind of presenting it to the group. But we can always jump forward.
I have a question for Trace. Nomad over here. Does he still, you think, technically belong to the Outsiders?
Yeah, probably.
I've got a means.
I guess it depends on what you mean by like belongs.
Well, I have a means of protecting us divination-wise, like all of us, pretty securely and mobily, so we don't have to be stuck in this city. And it would protect us from the outsider and all of their allies. Do you think the bond of sympathy is there enough for Nomad to, count?
To count for us or for them?
For them to count the outsiders as still technically allies.
Well, I can't see inside of his head, unfortunately. But if he's been your companion for any reasonable amount of time, and assuming that he considers you all his allies and isn't, about to betray us at any moment and gives all over to them, then I think he would count as your ally and not theirs.
I guess that's true.
But he could also just kill us in our sleep tonight and solve a moot point. But I feel like he has probably already had plenty of opportunities to betray you at this point.
I think he'd be really sad if he did that. He gets really mopey when people die.
That's good. It's a sign of weakness. I can use that.
What do you mean?
Nothing.
Oh, look, a red herring! He points at the bean pot. Who put that in there?
I am going to insight trace.
Good.
It's a minimum of 25.
Oh, I forgot. You're both really good at this shit.
I rolled real shit though. I rolled a 4.
I was gonna say.
I'm pretty sure Trace's minimum is like 29.
Yeah, it's something fucking crazy. Alright. Anything else that happens during the meet and greet tonight? Philo, does Philo do the thing?
I mean, yeah, he'll mention that, but be like, He'll bring it up, but kind of drop it unless it immediately comes to attention before people are like, "Oh yeah, we'll wait until we have other things to ask the city."
Excellent. So,
Oh well,
So
What
if
does he
he brings
bring
it
up?
up, so if he brings it up just in conversation while we're talking about it,
yeah.
or does
Lit,
like
yeah.
I think it's with my sister's ship. The can't remember the name of it, but the Tidebreaker. We synced it in a cave. A dragon was watching over it. She said she got it as a gift.
A gift?
Real fancy captain's quarters?
Yeah.
Skeletal chairs.
She's taking good care of it. She wouldn't seem like she was, intent on destroying it or nothing. She had a whole collection of ships from
Yeah.
all around the world.
Yeah, you know when grandmas collect stamps? It was like that, but with ships.
Are you calling boat collecting an old man's hobby?
No, but I said
Hobby.
grandma.
She got it as a gift from another dragon, I guess. Name of Ozdukowska, I think.
Does Philo know that name?
Sure, give me a d20.
Do any of you know any
Roll.
dragons whose names start with Oz? Because they're probably related.
It's quite helpful for genealogy, I guess.
Seems confusing if you ask me.
Oh, right, you're on your phone. Let me do it. Here we go. Philo does. And so does Mulik, who at this point has been pretty quiet, but he kind of speaks up now. He is this kind of green-skinned water genasi druid, who mentions that during his time as an adventurer and a hero, he kind of cultivated a close relationship with some dragons. As tensions grew between the dragons and everybody else, he tried to maintain some sort of diplomacy, some sort of a good relationship. And one of the key dragons that he maintained good relations with was a silver dragon named Ozdukowska, who was very helpful during the war. He was essentially a double agent. He would feed them information about what the dragons were doing, what Ozymandias was doing, and when shit looked like it was about to hit the fan, kind of offered to protect anything that needed protection for people who didn't have a safe place to store it. So, like, Toklo probably left stuff in Iska because he had a very strong community there and a lot of places to hide things. Sochi left things up in his kingdom. But for people that didn't have, like, a lot of wealth and a lot of good places to store very valuable things, like Philo, this dragon basically said, I can protect your shit while you go into this 1,000-year slumber or whatever. So it is very likely, and I don't want to force your hand, but Philo would have had the opportunity to leave his ship with a trustworthy dragon to protect it. And
That seems reasonable.
Yeah.
But then he sold it, or gave it to someone as a gift.
He left
Definitely not sold. There were no deeds or titles written.
Oh.
This was a word of mouth agreement at best.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and you guys
just
would
babies.
You guys would be aware in character that Ozdukowska and Alexena were a thing, and he left the ship with Alexena because she was not under suspicion. She was safe, and he was not. When he started to get caught because of his actions at Firebird's Roost, he's like, okay, you should hold on to all this valuable stuff so that it doesn't get caught, because I'm probably going to get murdered by big old mean daddy.
Toklo to Philo, hearing this, says, Captain Mead, if you're wanting to go kill a dragon and get your boat back, I'd be happy to help.
I don't think we have to
kill her.
I don't think we have to kill her. We can just ask.
We could.
I don't feel
her,
like
though.
we need to kill her. We just need to talk.
Still, it's a dragon. I mean, we probably should kill her, right?
There are good dragons.
We probably
Actually,
should
this
focus
little guy
on
over
the. We probably should focus on the thing at hand, all the problems we already have. Not add more to our plate.
Yeah, the
Listen.
demons and outsiders. We have a few. The same way Ozdukowska was working for us. We do need some dragon friends.
You've got a good head on your shoulders, Crow Meat. So I'm going to take you up on this, but just so you know, there are definitely not any good dragons.
You're not wrong, but I wouldn't consider this one a dragon. But she's.
I mean, at the same time, couldn't you say that there are no good illithids? And I mean, Nomad's right here.
Well, he's for sure doing some sort of trick. He's going to turn on you and kill you when it's all said and done. I'm just going to be gone by then.
the concept of good and evil is flawed. There's
See,
no such thing.
That's the kind of talk that somebody starts saying before they start killing all their friends.
All right.
Just saying. Sleep with one eye open. And then Toklu lays down.
I only
Sleeps
have
with
one eye.
open. That was the
How
joke.
does he do it?
Any other last minute business meet and greet before?
Oh, it's real easy to not sleep.
He says in his sleep.
You just stop breathing for a while.
Nordo comes over with a syringe of bean soup and just intubates this guy with it.
It would be worth noting, and this is just a flippant off-the-cuff thing, Nordo's been doing medicine checks on everybody when they wake up, and they've all had, like, unusually fast heartbeats. Like unhealthy fast, like cardiac arrest heartbeats. Solange has a heartbeat of, like, 5 per minute when you wake up.
I thought that was fixed at the end of the campaign.
No, that's part of the Shadow Sorcerer thing.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I think 18 has to.
He's got like an 18 heartbeat.
Yeah.
So, has it still not gone down?
Solange feels, like, flustered. He's like, oh my god, so much blood.
I'm not sure.
Oh, my heart's racing like I did back in the days when I could dance.
I'm not sure this one's gonna survive the night, folks. I think he's going through some death throes right now.
Well, we better talk to him quick. Hey, Mr. Solange, what the fuck is up with this box?
Solange,
Oh, my cube, yes, give it here.
do you know what
Tell
Solange-
me what I know about this cube.
Do you know what
Yeah, you're
Solange-
standing on the throat hole.
Do you know what Solange's intelligence score was off the top of your head?
Oh God, I don't.
It was good,
It was
right?
good. You were
It's
an
pretty
alchemist.
good.
I'm going to assume you had a 5. I'll give you a 5. Here we go.
It had to be a 4 or 5 at least.
Okay, all right. It takes you a minute, but you do eventually remember the cube and what the point of the cube was.
What was this confounded thing? When did it get so many damned sides? Back in my day, a cube was 4. Who put this extra 2 on here? How do you even hold this damnable thing?
I think you're describing a square.
The cube is where...
You're a square.
The cube is where Solange decided to hide all of his valuable things. It is a little pocket dimension. Inside are a lot of your precious belongings, your magic items, all of your secret formulas and elixirs, and about 7 bottles of life elixir. And also a written history of you and your traveling companions and how you found it on Mirage, how you made this city to kind of mirror your own home, but free of some of the religious dogma and other baggage that had been associated with it. And then it was locked behind this alchemical ward. You need 6 very specific chemicals to open it up and get to all of your things. And you're a very good alchemist. You'd be able to decipher your own code pretty easily.
Oh, my notes and my things and the secret formulas and the histories of the real Un Mirage, but most importantly, my medicine. Get me into this goddamned cube. I'm dying, can't you see? I'm withering by the moment.
He does.
I don't know. I do see you really don't look well, old timer.
Rude.
But yeah, that's what he knows about the cube. And I'll post the actual chemicals and stuff here in a bit.
Yeah.
But for the time being, Solange probably feels like he's still got some decades left before he needs another potion of immortality.
But he'll start cracking that anyway, because
Perfect.
can't do much other than roll alchemy kit checks at the moment, probably.
Legit. Some of the materials are things you can synthesize. A lot of it is going to require you to like travel and go find these weird chemical components. But you can absolutely get started on it.
I've solved some of it, and I think I have some of them already.
You definitely have solved some of it. In fact, I can just hang on. Let me go grab all this.
Fuck 'em over, Palamari. You and I, we're gonna do great things together. I can feel it. You too, with the peg leg. Come here.
Okay. if it looks like Solange's like about to just like keel over, if it's looking real bad, I'm gonna roll out the rug. I'm gonna put on some socks and I'm just gonna like rub my feet on it real hard. And just like defib him with a static shock a couple times.
Definitely kind of wakes him up a little bit. And he probably also just like accidentally forgets and touches the cube a few times, but these things happen.
Why is your cube made to shock people?
Oh, it's spicy.
Oh God, why did I ask?
It keeps me awake.
Is that why you did it, or did
Well,
this an accident?
Well, I figured. No, it's just a kind of added bonus. You see, it keeps simple-minded fools like you can't understand my genius from getting into the cube without killing themselves entirely.
His hand is resting on the cube, crackling the entire time.
Nothing to me, you see.
That's
Calluses, nerves are dead from years of experience.
Have years of touching the cube and not realizing
No,
you're doing it?
not simple things like touching the cubes, you daft little bird. Sorry, very testy without my afternoon nap, but
he's
you
starting
see,
to
You just woke up.
oh, from how long?
Like, I don't know, what year are you from? We already asked this question. We're in a different calendar. We're in year 669? 699? 669?
Sharon, not how long's it been?
Jaren's best guess is 700 years, but you have no idea if that's actually true.
Oh, a blink of an eye, nothing. What were we talking about? The cube, yes!
Please stop touching the cube. You're on fire. You're smoking.
Fine.
I know you can't feel it, but the damage is still happening.
No. It feels nice.
Anyway.
Sorry.
Any other meet and greet? Or are we splitting up and getting some rest?
I think we split up.
Alright.
Yeah.
Let me get perception checks from one person down at the factory and one person at the Constellarium.
I'll do the group that didn't move.
Yeah, I'll give you the
But
help.
not the factory.
What's your bonus to that?
Oh.
Okay, yeah, you're good.
Probably
+6, that's 40.
Vasu for the other group.
Yeah,
Guessing
Vasu
has the
seems
best
about right.
perception in there. So I've got a solid 0.
He's pretty good, I think.
Go, Vasu. We got a 40.
Oh, right. What's your bonus, Vasu? I'll roll for you.
I don't know.
Unless Flick wants to get it.
Just open. Yeah, maybe Flick has a good one.
Think
I know he's got 5
better
wisdom. I just
than-
don't know if he's got the proficiency.
I'm pretty sure he does. Perception, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So plus
pretty
11.
sure.
It's the same as mine. Then I'll roll for him.
I'm gonna send Lush with them just in case like something goes wrong. He can fly back and warn us.
Sure.
Yeah. Can Lush give him the help action?
I mean, he can see with blind sight for a few feet, but
Excellent.
I don't know. I don't know if he could help them see.
I think 27 is pretty good.
Yeah, you guys are both
Yeah.
solid. Alright. Things for the majority of the evening go very, very smoothly. But then as you guys start to settle in and relax, there is the deep, heavy thum, 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 as one by one each of the lights in these districts goes dim, kind of changing to this deep blue, almost like an artificial night sky. And those of you who are on watch at the time of this transition notice that about 5 or 10 minutes later, far over to the west, this looming tall figure begins to emerge from the buildings, from the large fort over in the apartment quarter. And for a brief, tense moment, it kind of just stands up tall over the rest of the city and looks out in all directions. Yeah, Ace, what's up?
Is that one scab still in that tower watching the building?
On your way out, it was still there and it was still watching the building, yes. But that was hours ago when you guys kind of split up and went to your stations for the night. There is a moment of perhaps relief when, after a minute or two of just looking around and scouting over the entire city, this thing begins to turn and walk up to the north and to the west over towards the housing quarter, the divine quarter, kind of away from all of you, on what appears to just be a patrol. It does not come straight for you guys. It seems to just be going on kind of a patrol path. Norda, what's up?
If Trace is awake at this point, or if any of them are, I just figure Trace is my best bet. Just ask him, was that thing here when y'all were here? Is that new?
Trace would be whether that is new. Trace has not seen that thing.
Guess that could be why there's less demons crawling around. They all just sort of climbed up to be one big demon together.
Yeah, that's definitely new. I imagine you haven't tried tangling with it.
Yeah. Not
Oh,
a
we
lot. We tangled with it briefly, but it was more running away from it than really tangling.
That makes sense. We'll need something a little bigger to deal with that, but maybe once the rest of us are healed up and geared up, we can try and take care of it.
All right, yeah.
I think Telgan might have a good chance against it.
It'll just hurt itself on him.
Because he just has to stand there and he's kill anything. Fuck Tolkien. Fuck Tolkien so much.
Redemption Paladin is so good. It's not fun, but it's good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not fun for the DM. It's very fun for the player.
It's as much fun
An
as
entire army attacked him, and he just kind of stood there like.
just dodge and heal yourself as everything kills itself on you. Which, for the record, can feel really fun as a player. That's like playing a retaliate build in Gloomhaven. It's a lot of fun. Anyway, over the course of an hour or so, as you guys keep your early watches, you guys notice it does a little bit of a patrol, but then after it goes back and forth a few times, it eventually ends up far, far over to the west in the campus quarter, where it kind of dissolves back down into its component demons, and they all dissipate throughout there. And for an hour or two, this Titan disappears. It seems to be busy doing other things there. A few more hours pass. You take some shifts. You kind of take turns snoozing, getting some rest in. A few more hours pass. You get the sense it's probably something in the ballpark of 2 or 3 a.m. when this starts to happen. When Ace and Nordo, in 2 different places but at the same time, meta, you catch some dark things slithering towards the entrances of your appropriate buildings. And Vasu and Flick and Moat, as you guys are on watch, you can see that as soon as they get even close to the factory, these strange slithering little lines suddenly burst up into white flames. There's a faint screeching, but they don't stop. They keep slithering closer, but they only make it like 20 or 30 feet past this sudden bursting into flames before they just burn away. They melt away into nothing. And you're reminded of the forbidden spell that Nomad had put on this place to protect it temporarily. And you suspect that whatever these things are, they are being affected by that forbidden spell and being melted away before they can enter. Back at the Constellarium, though, Nomad, Ace, Gale, and Nordo, whoever is awake at the time, notices that there are 7 or 8 sea snake-looking critters with tiny horns poking out of the backs of their heads, these bright red little horns that begin to slither across the bridge and up towards the main entryway of this Constellarium, where the door has been removed so that the demon door could take its place.
Did we have time to like barricade it or something?
You could certainly try to if you have materials for it. You could have like fetched some from the factory, maybe.
I think we had lots of time.
Sure. Somebody give me a toolkit check of some sort to see how good your barricade is.
Sure.
I mean, does it Gale have like stone cutting tools, right? Or he has like something that would work.
I'll help Gale do it.
Yeah, there's 100 different ways you could make a barricade. Yeah. Take your pick.
Gale has Mason's tools.
27 plus 6.
Excellent. With a 33, you're able to make a very suitable temporary doorway for this. That can be kind of like rolled from side to side to create an opening. And it even has kind of like a slot for watching out through the front. And as these snakes approach, you can see that they kind of get up to the doors, and then they don't really have... They begin feeling out a way to try to slither in. And let's see how this goes. A couple of them are able to kind of like insert their tails, and they kind of flit through, just like past the edges at certain seams. But the barrier is constructed well enough that none of them are able to get through any of the seams or the edges. There is a point where suddenly, as you're kind of like trying to, watch in all directions to make sure that these things don't slither through the edges, whoever's on watch, you see one of these snake heads suddenly pops up through the watching hole, the slit that had been like made to look out through the barrier. And it looks like it's realized that this is the only way big enough for it to possibly get in, and it begins to slither through the hole.
I let it bite me.
God damn
Yeah,
it.
I'm assuming we're all awake the moment these people came up. Like,
Yeah, I think it's reasonable that as soon as this all would have happened, whoever is on watch wakes up the four of you. So the four of you are in there, and you can see the snake trying to slither in through the hole.
Does Gil just take the snake?
I got
To
it.
chop its head off.
Gale starts to like reach out a hand towards this thing, and Nora's like, no, just brings an axe down. And this thing is in such an awkward position. Give me an attack roll to make it official. Oh yeah, plenty. This thing is in an awkward position. It has to kind of like stretch its way up just to even reach the hole. It doesn't have a good surface to climb up. And when it finally sticks its head through, you just kind of bring the axe down and cleave it off. And you can see that it begins to hiss and sputter, and it smokes away like a demon would. You suspect this thing is some sort of a fiendish creature. And
Careful, little dragon, it almost got you.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't know what came over me.
No, you can make an insight check if you want real quick.
Love to.
can I second that?
Sure, why not? You did just try to do this in front of both of you.
25 is
I didn't know they were both up.
That's legit. Like if you wouldn't have done it in front of other people, that's fair.
If they were standing right behind me, it would be like, "Hey, bite me."
Okay, all right.
I might have. He probably would have still tried to do it, but he would have been a bit more subtle about it. He would have just tried to grab it by the neck.
Sure, give me like deception or performance or something. To make it look like you're fighting this thing just a little recklessly. Oh!
There you have it.
So, I know that numbers are... Oh, wait, 28.
25. Is it applicable?
I wouldn't have cast guidance.
You wouldn't have
on this
cast
one.
guidance.
Yeah, and I have a 25 as a minimum.
That is true. I do like to give a little bit of weight to crits, but you do still beat it. It's a little bizarre. Gale, you get the sense that Gale, like maybe he's afraid of snakes, or maybe he has a very passionate vendetta against snakes. You can tell that Gale was being a little reckless in that fight. Nordo, he was doing the best that he can because Gale's very
Yeah.
short.
I probably just assume like this prince doesn't know how to handle a snake.
Yeah.
I don't know why Vasu always has trouble with these things.
Yeah, Ace, you can definitely tell that something was a little weird there, but it's probably just that he has a thing with snakes. But it's up to you if you want to press on that. Before you have time to press on it, though, over the next 10 or 15 minutes, each of these other snakes, 1 and then 2 and then 3, and then eventually like 6 or 7 of these things, one by one, try to like slither their way in through this watching slot. And eventually, you just chop their heads off one by one. There's no real threat here.
Yeah. Hey, Nomad, do you have the tiny hut?
The spell?
Yeah.
No, I do not.
You don't know it at all?
Let me check my spell book.
Because if you do, you can just ritually cast it right next to the door and just sit there, and it'll block the door
yeah.
with the barrier.
Tiny Hut isn't a ritual, no?
Tiny hut is a ritual. Mm-hmm.
It takes 10 minutes to cast, but I don't think it's a ritual.
It takes
It
a
is a
minute to
ritual,
cast.
yep, for sure.
It takes like a minute to cast.
Yeah, it's a minute ritual.
It's a minute,
Oh,
and then you can do a 10 minutes on top of it to make it a ritual.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I don't have it. I picked a bunch of other spells like this.
Gotcha. Never mind then.
I feel like I already know the answer to this question, but is it clear that these snakes are not beasts and are some sort
Very.
of devil?
Absolutely. They have these bright red fiendish horns, and also when you kill them, they go up into black smoke and disappear.
You don't have any
Okay.
paleness to them, do they?
They do. Yeah, absolutely. On their bellies is like this very kind of pallid, ashy color.
Okay, I'm assuming we can just rain attacks on them.
Yes, it is no trouble at all, and there's only like 7 or so of them. So one by one, they try to slither up. A couple of them get cute and try to both go in at the same time, and you guys kind of have to like, oh, real quick, just like chop them off before they can get in. But there's 4 of you against 7 snakes. You're able to chop them as they come through this awkward spot.
I think literally Nordo just like, as they come through the slot, he just like cutting chives, you know,
Yeah, exactly.
very very gently
Chop,
snip,
chop, chop,
chop.
Yeah, and then any that his chops don't kill get riddled with arrows and gunfire.
I'm just trying to do it quiet because I don't want to wake that weird shaman fella because he's got a snake thing going on.
And after that event, nothing really seems to happen to you guys up at the Constellarium. Down at the factory, though, Flick, Moat, and Vasu, about 20 or 30 minutes after all these snakes just go up in flames, you hear this kind of sorrowful whale song that seems to be coming from the darkness beyond the bubble that is keeping the deep ocean at bay. And let's see, what were the perception checks? There was... Oh, yeah, plenty. There are a couple of distant splashing noises from up high, and then a couple of pretty heavy splashing thunks. You watch as shapes rain from the sky and land in the courtyard outside of the factory. And these shapes, correct me if I'm wrong, Nomad, does your thing work on aberrations, or is it only fiends?
Let me check. I think it can't work on aberrations specifically, but I'll double check. Forbiddens. I think it's only fiends like Celestial.
Yeah, Celestial,
And
Elemental,
Undead?
Fey, Fiend, and Undead. Okay, excellent.
Yeah. It doesn't state aberration. You know.
Alright. Then there are these thunks and these squishy swelching noises as one by one about 5 large fish just rain from the sky, splatter on the ground in the courtyard, and then just kind of sit there flopping and kind of, I don't know, just existing in the courtyard of this factory.
So a question is, are they corrupted by fiendish traits?
I mean, it's hard to say.
Yeah, if they are, then it would work.
What you guys can definitely tell is that these things are not being lit up by the Forbiddens.
And they're just fish?
Just fish literally raining from the sky onto the courtyard around all of you.
And there's nothing like above us?
Looking up, you can see the dome that is holding the ocean water at bay. But there are no buildings, nothing that they could have dropped from. You get the impression, based on what you all heard, that these fish literally, like, swam into the bubble, fell, and landed in the courtyard.
Good.
That's weird.
Go away.
Did we put them back out?
It seems kind of rude not to, right?
Right, it's so far away though.
How far away is it?
It's like, if you just wanted to go out to the courtyard to get to the fish, it's probably 15-20 feet from the entrance. Kind of spread out in a little area about the size of a soccer field. If you wanted to run it all the way to the edge and back out to the water, it would be like half a city block.
I could try to toss them with Mage Hand.
Well, it's not that far, but it's kind of risky, right?
It seems like we should stay inside, right? I mean, they're just fish. They'll be dead in a couple minutes.
As you're having this conversation, there's another splash. You all kind of look up expectantly, and you can see this time, as it's happening, a dark figure bursts through the bubble, keeping the water at bay, and begins to fall. And this one is much larger. This 15-foot long, eel, pale skin, just falls several hundred feet, and it lands with a wet splash on the courtyard here. Begins writhing and twisting in place like an earthworm out of the ground in the middle of the rain.
How much damage does it take?
A
It's
lot.
always a bigger fish. Someone get me a gun.
And it kind of just sits there and it twists and writhes for a moment, and then it just starts to kind of twitch, and then the twitching stops. You can see that the fish continue to flap around for a couple minutes.
Boy, we should have sent someone smart here.
We really should have. I want to put them out still. I shouldn't.
But it feels kind of cruel just leave them there, right?
Right, and what if they're good things? They're not pale, right? So
Give me a perception check.
I wonder if any of them are suspicious that these things fell 100 feet and are still alive.
well,
Boy, do you have any way to get advantage on that?
If you open both your eyes, you have depth perception.
I probably know the difference between dark and light.
You do. In the dark vision, it's very hard to make out color. You can still make out value to some degree. But the light down here is just kind of fucking
Does
with you.
Devil's
Do you
Sight?
have Devil Sight?
Oh, you have Devil Sight.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Devil Sight, there's not even a check involved. With Devil Sight,
Okay.
yeah, these things are pale skinned.
Oh, well then I don't care. If they're pale skinned, we should let them stay. Well, wait, how are they getting in? That's not good.
Yeah, that doesn't seem ideal. I don't really know what we can do about it other than should we just go kill them?
I'm assuming they'll die anyway, unless they grow legs. Have any of them done that yet? I guess some have been crawling up on beaches and stuff. So.
Isn't that what they do?
Yeah, we probably should kill them now while we can.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
we should go kill them.
We should go kill them.
Alright. You guys kind of muster your resolve and you go out into the yard. Expecting these things to sprout legs and start hissing. Oh, you don't even have to do that. You have Eldritch Blast. Yeah.
Yeah, I can just shoot them from here.
Yeah. You hear just faint. He wouldn't even. They're fish. They don't make noise. They make fish noises. Yeah. You just fire off a couple of Eldritch Blasts at these things, which already look like they have jumped out of water, are suffocating, and fell several hundred feet. And one by one, just kind of put each of these dead fish out of water, out of their misery.
Out of their misery. There we go.
Like shooting fish in a courtyard.
Yeah, it is like shooting fish in a courtyard.
It's the new slang. I like it.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, we should make it catch on. I like it.
I think so. Well, now that that's done, you guys want to race hermit crabs or something?
Okay, yeah, I could do that.
Things are quiet for a little while longer, but then about 10 minutes later, there is another big splash, one that's hard to ignore. And this one lands with a thud that rocks the ground under you and kind of makes the windows of nearby buildings rattle as a very large 30-foot whale just drops out of the bubble and lands on a shed right outside of the factory. There's the splintering of stone and wood. Blood immediately sprays everywhere. This thing looks like it is probably just going to die on its own. But it appears that a large whale has jumped out of the bubble and tried to land on or near the factory. Ace, what's up?
Oh gosh.
I think at this point, Lucius just starts screaming at Moat and Flick.
That's fair. You guys can tell that Ace's bat companion seems to be very frantically worked up by this.
This is Ace's thing, right?
Yes, it's familiar.
Okay.
That he was told if anything bad happens that he's supposed to come back, and how he's screaming at you.
I'm assuming something bad happened. We should go back.
Well,
Or Ace got stuck in a well and he can't get out because we left his forklift space.
He can't.
Maybe we can't leave this place unattended, though, especially now with the aberrations actively trying to land on it.
Right. Shit.
Okay. Do you know how find familiar works?
Probably not.
I don't remember.
Like, does your character know how Find Familiar works? Because
Oh yeah, I do. I have mine.
Yeah,
Because-
Vasu also has
Smart.
familiar.
Ace can't communicate to Lush. You can't communicate
Okay.
to your, so he's not giving you any information from Ace.
But
Okay.
you've sent him to give us
He
information?
eventually just flies off and then flies back to Ace.
Yeah, you guys watch as Lush kind of like sounds a little bit of an alert and then flies off up to the north, presumably towards Ace. Ace, at some point, after all of the snake business has stopped, there's a new scratching and screeching that comes out through the looking hole, and this time you can see that it is Lush.
Yeah, I'll just pop him in there.
Alright, you kind of pop him out and pop him back into existence, and he begins to report what he has seen.
Which is that giant animals were falling out of the giant aquatic animals were falling out of the sky, and Flick and Moat were confused.
Yeah, pretty much.
That doesn't sound very good. Do you think they're trying to crush them to death in the factory? Since do you think they're like throwing animals into the?
Well, yeah, it was a whale.
Yeah.
That Trace Golem robot fella said that when we turn this on, it would attract all kinds of baddies, but we ain't turned it on yet, I assume. Strange. Are they sure it isn't just sounds silly, but an accident? Sure they ain't just animals what fell out of the...
Four
through
animals
out
in
there?
the same space.
I guess that's true. I could go down there and talk to them. I can talk to the critters. See
Well,
what happened.
is there a way we can get a message back to the group? I guess I could send him back out there, but
I would say I don't think we know any other way to do it.
isn't message extended like super far now?
I
300.
got-
It's only 300 feet, I think.
I got paper. Have Lush carry us paper.
Yeah, he does like carrying paper around.
I have sending, but I don't have the mana for it.
Yeah. Alright, I'll just scribble a note then. Do you guys need help? Looks like they're trying to crush you to death. I'll just send the note back.
Alright. So before he returns, Moat and Flick and Vasu, things are still kind of normal. The whale is weird, but it eventually bleeds out and dies. And nothing else happens for a few more minutes, but then you start to hear almost what sounds like... Yeah, what's up?
Sorry, after the whale lands, can I start just like keeping a perimeter around the courtyard, behind the building, all that good stuff?
Absolutely. Kind of going out and like doing a sentinel watch sort of deal?
Yeah.
Excellent. Give me a perception check. Perfect. Okay, excellent.
You should have won. You should have won, you stupid little hermit crab. You're lucky I love you.
Been
Hermit
dead
crab's
for
been dead
months.
for
For me as good as
weeks.
your brother.
As you do this perimeter watch, the first thing that you do find is little slither marks where those things burned up. You can definitely tell that there is kind of like a... and in fact, it would even be kind of visible because there is almost like this place where the corruption has been burned away or power washed away by the Forbiddens. The chalky white maze-like material that had covered the grass and the stone and the cobblestone is starting to peel and flake away, and you can see this kind of nice, colorful marble underneath it. This beautiful stonework that was probably what the whole city looked like before it became corrupted. And yeah, Flick, if you'd like to join, you can also give me a perception check.
Yeah. Why is my second one always better?
It is always better. With your Devil Sight, you're able to get a little bit more. Specifically, there's no check required for you because of your Devil Sight. Deep, deep out in the distance, a couple 100 feet beyond the border of this Forbidden, you do see that there are 3 or 4 just little imps, not super menacing, but definitely a little creepy to just look out and see them staring back at you in the middle of the night. You just see these beady little-eyed imps that are just watching from a safe distance, knowing that they can't approach, knowing that there's something around you that is protecting you, but just watching. They seem to be scouting, observing, keeping their eyes on you. And you do notice that shortly after you make eye contact with them, these imps, all 3 in unison, kind of look up suspiciously. And then you both start to hear what sounds like rain. Little pitter patters, splash.
I'm gonna have to look up.
As you look up to see what's going on, you see droves, schools of these tiny little pale-skinned minnow sardines just begin raining down through the bubble, landing all around you. Just a few at first, and then dozens, and then hundreds of these just little anchovy fuckers just raining down all around you.
I fucking hate it here. Can we, from where we are, like if I go outside after Lush reports, can I see the raining fish over there?
Give me a perception check. It's going to be very difficult because the lights are out in that
Oh,
district.
right, the lights.
Can I also make a check too?
Yes. Same deal. Very difficult because the lights are out. Nordo, in the darkness, it is nearly impossible to make out anything over there. Ace, do you have Devil's Sight or anything like that?
I do not. After I think 60 feet,
Okay.
it's just regular.
Yeah, and even with your time in the Underdark, you learn to rely more on hearing than on sight anyway. With a 32, you do hear what sounds like a distant rain front. And at first, it like almost doesn't register for you because it just kind of sounds like nature. It sounds like rain. And then it like clicks for you like, wait a second, it shouldn't be raining down here. What the fuck is that? And you're able to tell that it's coming from that direction. Just this soft kind of rain-like sprinkling noise.
Do you think the barrier's breaking?
I think it's worth
Uh,
checking out at least.
hey, Jerry. I'm gonna go wake up Jerry.
Yeah.
Why might aquatic life just start falling from the sky?
That's what happens sometimes when the Pale Night sent her aberration when the monsters attack.
And would it ever just like start raining? Because it sounds like it's raining outside.
Boy, let me see. Not rain? No, that would be. I mean, maybe if it was lots of little things.
Okay.
As you're having this conversation, a few minutes go by and the noise stops, the rain stops, and Moat and Flick and Vasu, you guys watch as the last of that school of fish kind of plucks their way through the ceiling and falls hundreds of feet to their death, kind of flopping all around you. There's a thin layer of anchovies that is now covering the courtyard and sloughing off of the roof of the factory.
This is really gross.
Shoe flies out and eats one.
No, don't do that. You don't know where that's been.
Well, up there.
That can't be normal. I don't like it. It can't be a good thing.
No, definitely not, but I don't know exactly what we can do about it.
I don't know. Do you think it's like a warning, or
It seems more like an attack. I mean,
just a really, really sad attack?
it is kind of sad, isn't it?
I mean, they're just flopping, and that's it.
Well, they just flop up once. They're anchovies and they're dead.
Some of them probably don't get to the pee, they just float.
You're not even wrong. Flick, you're so smart. Do you know that?
Such
I'm
a
the
way with
smartest.
words.
I know. Don't get a charisma stat of 20 for nothing. 22. 22, mind you.
You should write a book sometime.
Oh,
Poetry.
speaking of charisma, real quick. Yeah, you killed 4 fish. Give me a charisma check.
I killed 4 fish, okay. A save or just a check?
Just to check.
Okay.
As you put those 4 fish out of their misery, and as you kind of, even as you're like trudging around in this thin layer of sardines that have like popped up all over the ground, you feel these faint whispered connections to this voice. They're watching. Hide your actions. They're trying to see.
Oh, okay. Right. Don't want them to see. Okay. Let's
As
see.
you kind of look around with your devil sight, you can tell that even in their dying, gasping breaths, these hundreds, thousands of little minnows and sardines are all of their eyes turn to watch you and your group as you kind of walk around. They're all
Ugh.
just
I
watching.
hate it. I need to leave the campaign. I hate it so much.
They're apparently just they're watching. I mean, I've seen things outside watching. I guess these things are watching. I guess they can let the Pale Knight know before they die. I don't know. I don't like it. We should get away from.
Yeah, we should get back inside, I guess.
Yeah, get back inside at least, so they can't see.
All right. You guys make your way back over to the factory, and you kind of make a point of closing the windows and the doors and kind of boarding yourselves up. Lush stays inside just to make sure that there's a connection. And there's a few more points over the course. Or yeah, what's up?
Actually, continue. I need to read something.
Sure.
Did he give him the note?
Yeah, he does give the note over, so you can see that Ace has asked if you guys need additional help.
Also, I added just speak to him. If he screams at you, it's because he wants you to give him a message.
Okay. Yeah, you can just tell Ace what I'm thinking. Not thinking, but what I tell you. There's a bunch of fish and demons just over here watching. The fish are killing themselves, but I'm assuming the demons aren't just gonna do that. So yes, some backup might be nice. Good idea.
Is a dead anchovy an object?
Sure, why not? Maybe. What's the intent?
Boy,
It's a food.
I'll keep reading here.
I'd say food's an object.
I'm just saying we're gonna eat good when this is over with.
I don't think we want to eat these mutated fish.
So the intent is to
Speak for
turn it into like one of these totems for my anti-divination thing.
Non-magical object over the course of 10 minutes. Doesn't have to be natural flame, heavier than a pound, bigger than a cubic foot, sure. Worth at least a gold, sure, why not? Or hold sentimental value, no.
I said wasn't sure about that one.
No, definitely not the sentimental value, but like, that way, like, if you were to go, like, whale fat is valuable.
Blubber is super valuable.
You know what? I like it. It's good enough. I'm into it. If you were to go get some whale blubber, that would constitute enough to count as like a totem.
Yeah, I mean it literally cost me nothing but 10 minutes and we're here anyway. I don't know if it'll stop them from reporting back, but I might as well try.
Okay, excellent. We can do the good 5-foot radius. Fire is harmless. Within 120 feet, can't be seen or targeted by divination spells unless they make a charisma save. They can only attempt to pass once per day. Ooh, okay, alright.
Does the falling fish count as a divination spell?
What a great question. What a wonderful question. Totem is held by you. Or protection. Okay. Alright. And disadvantage on perception checks to see or hear. Okay. Alright. There, you kind of make a dash out to go carve out some blubber, some whale fat from this thing. And it's easy because it has basically landed with an exploding splat. It's a very gross scene. And fortunately for you, it's also incredibly flammable. When you bring it back in, you begin to form it into kind of this ritual shape. Smear it into a circle. There are a handful of runes that you kind of put through the middle of it. And then you make 4 more rings around the initial one. And then, with a touch, it ignites. And these bright white flames begin to burn up. And then this wave of energy just kind of gently pulses out. And there's suddenly this feeling of warmth and protection and security. That seems to engulf the entire building. And you watch with bated breath to see if the flame changes color to alert you that something has bypassed it, that something is looking through the veil. And an hour goes by, nothing has happened. The flame has stayed unchanging and unwavering. And also the pitter-patters have stopped. Things have stopped falling all around you. Things begin to get quiet after this ritual is completed. And unless you do anything differently, it seems to have warded you for the night. Things seem to be safe.
Should at least hold for the night then.
All right, that's good. Thanks. That's cool. I like that.
Yeah, I've been waiting for a good time to do it. Didn't think it was going to be, using whale blubber to hide from fish, but here we are. Adventures come in many shapes and sizes.
Alright. Ace eventually would either...
Quick question.
Yeah, what's up?
With Find Familiar, you can look through your familiar's senses. Is the distance limitation on that, or just the telepathic bond? It's a little unclear in the...
It is. It's one of the most ambiguously worded spells in the game. I generally rule that all of the special actions that you can do with a familiar require it to be within range.
Okay.
However, at some point, you would either... did you ask Lucia to come back if something was wrong, or what were the orders you gave him?
He was supposed to just get a message from whatever message Flick and Moat and Vasu wanted to give him before he sent back, and then when they sent him back, he'll come.
Okay, excellent. After some time has gone by and there's been no additional trouble, Lucia seems to be kind of like, egging you on for some sort of a response. He holds out blank paper and a pen, like he wants some sort of a reply.
Yeah, so do they send him back before or after they do this warding?
That's up to you guys.
I probably started as soon as I hear that they're watching.
Alright. What it ultimately boils down to is, what do you put on the note to Ace? Do you tell him that you need help? Tell him that things are okay?
If he started warding immediately, I'd tell him about Moat's thing and that we're probably good for the night, but that we probably need help soon.
And that they're watching.
So, to keep things hidden.
Excellent.
Yeah.
You should ask him if there's room how long this forbiddance is going to last, because it looks like they're literally outside of it waiting.
Yeah, add that too.
Alright, so Ace, you get this message about 15 minutes later.
Soon is a very relative term. They mean like now? Or...
So I said it would last overnight. So, you don't need to come until the next day, but...
Okay. I'm assuming this takes a bit of flying back and forth,
yeah.
but
we'll
meet you in the morning then. If anything else happens, just send him back.
Perfect. You're able to kind of communicate that if anything else goes wrong, to send Lucia back. And you're relieved that for the rest of the night, Lucia does not return. Things appear to just be kind of quiet. And after some restless kind of watch orders, you guys do all each manage to get a turn to sleep, and you get a short rest. And sooner or later, there's the thum, 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 as all the lights turn back on, and the artificial day is upon you. It's Friday.
Is our hero's feast over now?
I think
it is.
Sad. Yeah, we did it first thing in the morning, like Heroes Breakfast.
When daylight hits, or when the false daylight hits, those of you in the factory looking out can see that there is still just dead sea life rotting all around you, although it is all dead at this point, thankfully. Give me perception checks.
All of us?
Just the people at the factory for now.
6-9.
No sign, thankfully, of any of the fiends. It seems...
Don't forget Vasu. It's a plus
Yeah,
11.
that's true. Yeah. Moat on the ground doesn't see any signs of fiends that are watching anymore. And Vasu, just to be safe, kind of flies up a little bit and does a bit of a scout. And is able to confirm that the place is, for the most part, clear. At the very least, there is a clear path back to the Constellarium to regroup. Back at the Constellarium, everybody wakes up feeling much better. All of the heroes that you've awoken are starting to feel a little bit more like themselves. You can see they've got a little more color in their skin. They're slowly getting back to health. A couple of them are successfully casting cantrips. A few of them, they're all able to walk on their own for the most part. Some of them are still kind of hoarse, scratchy throats and things like that. But they are getting back to themselves.
Nomad unprepares all his 6th level plus spells because he no longer has slots 6 and higher, and just prepares a bunch of 5 and lower spell slots.
Did the demons always seem to be more active at night?
That's kind of how demons are, right?
Yeah,
But like,
that's how it was for us too. At least they seem to be more active at night. Part of it, we suspect, the lighting system that we're using. It is powered by divine magic. It's real sunlight. I mean, I think they're reverse to that sometimes.
is there a way to just make it always just be sunlight, and not have it cycle to night?
Maybe, but we would have to turn off some of our other systems to do that, which we might be able to do. We could cut the light to like half the town, perhaps. We'd have to go to the Magisterium for that, but it's doable.
Might be a good way to at least protect the areas we're in. We just want to start making our way back to the factory.
If everyone's feeling up for a walk after getting a little breakfast in, I think that'd be the safest place for us.
All right. You guys are able to get a good breakfast going. Wake up, armor up as best as you can, and let me get some stealth checks from the Constellarium group as you head towards the factory with all these people in tow.
I'm also gonna. Who's the of the 12 is like being in the most middle of the group? Whoever it is, I'm gonna give them the repelling pearl of the fiends, so that like if fiends come out, they're gonna feel repelled from going to the center of the group.
Perfect.
And do you cast Pass Without Trace?
I have advantage.
I will cast Pass Without a Trace.
Yeah.
Seems wise. There's
Toklo.
a lot of you.
Toklo reaches over to, who's he gonna do? Solange. Says, "Here, Crunchy Meat, you're gonna need this." And I'll give him, Blessing of the Trickster.
Excellent. All right.
Don't need any components.
You think I need help hiding, you false snake? Little shit. Do you know who you're talking to?
Hey, keep it down.
I actually don't know your name now. Are there any bars on the way over there?
Sometimes too.
23. I don't think they're functional right now. We'll find something.
There's only one way to find out.
Well,
25.
Best stealth roll ever.
I was gonna say there's some good ones here. There's some sketchy ones, but let's see.
To say if I don't know how capable any of the other heroes being revived are, but if Philo can, he will also cast, or I guess not also, but he'll do Pass Without Trace.
do they seem to be suffering from resurrection sickness?
It's definitely something very similar to that. Yeah. Similar effects, just this kind of.
But they're like just healing faster.
Right. Yep. You would know that, like, none of them appear to have been taking soul damage. This is not a true resurrection that has happened so much as a very, very long feigned death or a gentle repose or something along those lines. Thankfully, there are a couple points where imps kind of scouting around fly overhead, and you guys are able to very quickly, aided by both of your Pass Without Traces, just slink into the shadows, disappear into an alley for a moment, and using this route that you've taken a few times now, eventually the entire group is reunited at the Springtrap factory, where some of you were surprised to find there is just a layer of dead sardines, a whale that has fallen from the sky, a couple of big tuna and mackerels.
That's gonna stink so bad.
It is wretched. It is absolutely rancid.
Nomad delighted starts like harvesting so much more.
Fun fact about blubber is that when it's burned as oil, it still smells like fish.
Sure does. As you guys scurry your way inside and make your way, presumably down into the secret basement, eventually, the entire group, heroes of today and yesterday's heroes alike, are reunited at the Central Elbot Mine with Dupe, who kind of gives a weird, awkward high five to Trace. Says, "Oh, good, they didn't die. Perfect. I did my part. I think I remembered everything. But well, here we are."
All right, next up.
If you guys are ready to do it, we all got to go in there. There's a brief set of rituals and a couple of switches that need to be thrown. And that starts things off. As soon as this is on, that's when shit gets wild. The Crosswinds have not been on for thousands of years since we last tried to use them to stop the Outsiders. And by the sound of it, it looks like they're still corrupted by Tabula Rasa and Ozymandias. So I don't know for sure what all's going to happen, but I would expect lots of wayward portals, magic showing up in places where it shouldn't.
Yeah, we're going to need a way out.
That's definitely true. What do you guys got?
Nothing for this many people.
On the subject of all these extra bodies, I don't know as we're quite ready to flip that switch just yet. On account about 9 of these people are naked and none of them got weapons or nothing.
I need a plant. Large plant.
You would know from the last time that this came up, and Mulek would kind of confirm this, that there is a large coral reef up to the north.
Yeah.
Well, not technically a plant, it does count.
So,
Mulek, can you grow a tree?
Maybe at full strength. Another day or two.
Another day or two will be work. That would be on Sunday, right? It'll be Sunday?
Yeah.
I would love a Sunday.
Do we have, as a party, the magic paints? Do we have that?
We don't.
For some reason I thought
This is the group that doesn't for some reason.
Yeah.
Fucked up that we don't.
Can the Quick Forge make a tree?
The Quick Forge is huge. It's in the ship.
Oh,
we can't carry it with us. Yeah.
But it says it's just a barrel the size of a child's backpack and only weighs 250 pounds.
Only 250 pounds?
You can turn it into Total's belly, and basically it will count toward his weight limit. If it's a part of him. That works.
So it's up to you. You can either go through with this today, or you can continue to just like rest a couple more nights, get everybody in ship shape, maybe try to find them some equipment.
I think we try to find them equipment at least.
All right, excellent. That is going to involve a little bit of a scouting party. There is an armory that is up to the northwest, where you believe you'd be able to find all sorts of just basic equipment that they can use. And it would be the first time that you guys have sent a scouting party to try to retrieve things, so that is definitely an option if you want to go through with it.
Yeah, I think we should hunker down. We have a few hours today. Let's see what we can do to, like, barricade ourselves. Make spikes, make walls. We're gonna do this. Build trenches. A lot of things can fly. That's gonna be a problem. But the ones that can't.
Why don't we make like fly traps? Like they get some sticky substance, so that way when they fly through some I don't know, something hanging from the ceiling gets stuck and they can't move.
Yeah,
I think I used all my sticky substances.
Well, we can make more sticky stuff, right?
We have
we have like a whole whale out there. I'm sure that we can turn the blubber into something.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we can make so much fire.
Which
isn't good against demons. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Precious ambergris, a very valuable component for perfumes and fire starters.
Star up.
Very messy substance, though.
All right.
Man, that's buckets of.
I'm down to go for scouting.
Yeah, let's do some skill challenge stuff. We have a couple days to prepare. It sounds like one of the things we want to do is fetch equipment. One of the things we want to do is reinforce the factory so it is more defensible, adding some barricades and spikes and maybe even trenches and stuff. And then, yeah, it sounds like those are the two major goals.
Hell, I think Nordo could just do the trenches himself.
Probably.
Yeah, same with some
Punch the ground a few times.
old-fashioned digging and being a siege weapon and mold earth.
Yeah.
I feel like I could get some work done on that.
Yeah.
So let's run through the line and basically just have each person tell me how they're contributing to these to this preparation, and then we'll go from there. Ace, you've got your hand up.
I just have a quick question
Sure.
before we get started.
Yeah, go for it.
Jerry, what is keeping all these demons from just turning off the bubbles?
That is a remarkable question.
Because do they need to
there are-
breathe?
There are defensive words on all of these things. And as far as I know, yeah, fiends do have to breathe. They are not known for being like they have to hold their breaths just like anything else. But it could also just be that they are not able to break through the security at the Magisterium. It was one of the most well protected places in the city.
Okay.
It was protected by a field that was generated by the Arbor Chapel, way up to the northwest, which is purely divine magic, which they would have a very difficult time overcoming. We use the divine magic to protect the arcane magic, and the arcane magic to keep the city running.
Gotcha.
All right, left to right. Vasu, how would you like to help prepare? Do you want to be on the scouting party or the defense party, or something else?
Oh, geez. Probably scouting party?
Excellent. Go ahead and give me like your choice of perception or stealth or investigation to help out as you go fetch equipment for everybody.
You have my character sheet.
Oh, great, I'll have to do it. But
I think the best bet would probably be just like perception. I'm probably flying a bit overhead the rest of the scouting party to keep a better eye out, and also just like warn them of any dangers I might see.
Excellent. So throughout these couple of days, Vasu is literally on lookout duty, kind of keeping an overhead watch on everybody, helped by Shu, just to make
Your eye
sure
in the sky.
that as you guys kind of skulk your way through the city, you go undetected. All right, excellent. That is a 19 for lookout duty. Let me write these down so I don't forget. Gale, how would you like to help out with all this?
Oh, well, God, it's so tempting to just not.
Finds turpentine and drinks it all.
Yeah, can I just, like, go find some poisonous fiends and let them bite me for a bit?
Oh, you're in the market for poisons, are you?
Get out of my head. I'm gonna... I'll help with defenses. I'm gonna, somewhat begrudgingly, because I'm also fairly low on mana, but I'm going to spend one casting of Wall of Stone to get some extra defenses, and then if I maintain concentration, that'll get permanent. So,
excellent.
I'll be on kind of tower defense duty and set up a bit of a kill path.
Fuck yeah. That sounds awesome. Give me like some sort of a strategy check or even a Mason's Tools check just to create this tower defense setup as efficiently and effectively as possible.
I'll absolutely give you Mason's Tools. I took this proficiency and god damn it, I'm going to use it.
I'm stone cutting.
I'm stone cutting. God, that was so funny.
It was so good.
Ooh, okay, excellent. Next up, Ace.
I have a plus 19, and I only got a 28.
That's still pretty fucking good.
I'm going to be looking for as many supplies as possible, and I'll throw up a detect magic to help. See if I can find any magical weapons or items to arm the group with.
Excellent. Okay, perfect. Give me your choice of perception or investigation once you've been kind of snuck over to the SDR Central.
Is it going to be like the same thing?
Yeah, you'll get comparable things either way. Awesome. As you kind of are part of the sneak party with Vasu on lookout duty, you make your way over to the Chief Military Quarter, to SDR Central, where you find all sorts of just basic magic weaponry, +1 things here and there, basic suits of armor, holy symbols, spellcasting focuses. All of it is kind of locked behind protections, obviously. But I guess give me, as part of this, like a Thieves' Tools check to bypass some of the defenses and get into the good stuff.
Cool. I will give you sleight of hand because it's the same thing.
Sure. Oh my goodness. Excellent. Okay. You find all of these pieces of basic equipment that you think you can arm all these heroes with so that they will be able to help defend this place while you guys are gone. And as you are kind of making your last rounds, you notice that there is sort of a hidden vault.
A forklift.
You know what? You find a hidden vault, and you see that it has this intense security protecting it. And you spend like 15 or 20 minutes on this. It's your little project for the afternoon. And when it finally clicks, this big stone wall opens up. And inside, you find some potentially very useful things. First of all, there are several barrels of holy water. You find an active SDR bot that looks like it could be activated and put onto patrol mode to help defend the place if... it is specifically designed to work against Illithid.
That's like the one that we saw in Salt Bowl,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, these are the weird kind of like basic shapes, the ones that seem to keep attacking Nomad.
Yeah.
It could potentially be ordered to work against fiends as well. You do find that there is one of these little flying Dr. Eggman forklifts, very similar to the one that you found in Aldebaran. And there are about 200 gold worth of explosives. Just fucking black powder and dynamite and nitrogen.
Perfect.
Yep, just explosive.
I'm going to pack this up on the forklift along with the robot.
Excellent. Alright, that brings us to Nomad. How are you helping prepare everything?
Let's see. Do we have enough materials for me to craft things?
Absolutely. Yeah, Ace has especially been able to just find a bunch of raw materials.
Cool. And if there's scrap that's left over, we can melt them in the portable forge, and then I'll be using the raw materials to fabricate into usable weapons for everyone.
Okay, excellent. Nomad is on fabrication and manufacturing. Give me, with the assistance of your spell, some sort of a crafting check. Tinker's tools, blacksmith tools, whatever you got.
Do I get advantage?
Yes.
Sweet. 32.
Excellent. You are able to basically fill in all the gaps. For anything that you weren't able to find through scavenging, you just make from scratch using the portable forge, a little bit of magic, and the scrap here throughout the factory. And that is really helpful for people who have bizarre skill sets. You're able to kind of get Jerry's rifle modified so he's a little more comfortable with it.
What is this modification you want to your rifle? It seems dangerous.
You're able to get like a really nice suit of armor up and running for
I'll have what he's
Adelaide.
had.
Yeah, you get a couple of nice pistols for Philo.
He's more of a rifleman himself.
Yeah, that's right. You did use a rifle more often.
The sniper feat, too.
Yep. Importantly, you are also able to help kind of create some reinforced doors and barriers for the factory itself. And some, having heard what happened last night, you're able to do a little bit of reinforcement along with Gale to protect it from things literally falling from the sky onto it.
With this creation process, since it's only like 10 minutes to make like a ton of stuff, can I be spending the actual few days just putting like one low 1C stones into the weapons to make them magic?
Absolutely. A lot of them that Ace recovered are already just basic little +1 weapons, but you're able to fill the gaps there too. You're able to turn some of the armor into like +1 armor and shields. shields of like protection from fiends or like fiend slaying weapons. You're able to just do a lot of just filling in the gaps for crafting, and especially making things that are specifically suited for dealing with fiends.
We can take the still stones back after.
Yep. Next up was Nordo, who is AFK, but he says he's just kind of providing muscle to help set up defenses.
I believe he was making trenches as well.
Yeah, it looks like he's doing trench digging. I'm going to give him some athletics. Obviously, the trench digging is more magic than anything else, but for the heavy lifting, he also is able to provide...
It's also a siege weapon.
Yeah, he's a siege weapon, too. So yeah, he is definitely able to help out with that. Let's see...
Would Nomad also be able to work on this robot and see if we can make it change from Illithid to Fiend as a target?
That would be nice.
Target?
Well,
But please say no.
maybe Nomad shouldn't be the one to do that.
Yeah,
Nomad or Gale.
I'm also spending a lot of time on the Stillstone thing.
Yeah. I would say that the three of you all together, if you want, kind of as a last-minute thing, can all work together to potentially do that. You are very right, Ace. You the feeling that although Nomad is very smart and a very good artificer, this thing would probably be so hostile to him initially that it would be hard for him to get anything done.
Yeah.
But if the three of you work as a team, definitely doable. And I guess why don't the three of you all give me Tinker's Tools or Arcana, either one.
And I just help Gale do it.
Sure.
I'll just do it on my own.
I can do the Arcana bit. The Gale stickers.
Minimum of 24.
Gotta check Gale.
Also, if Nomad's not doing investigation, you could probably give the the magnifying glass to someone else in the party who's scouting, so they have advantage on investigation.
Yeah.
If they want it.
Looking for stuff.
Okay.
So Ace with a 24, it's going okay. We are definitely able to find a way to like deactivate this thing, but it seems a little bit beyond you to reactivate it for fiends instead of for Illithid. It looks to be very specially built for Illithid specifically. But Gale might be able to wrap things up. Oh,
yeah, he does.
Goddamn. That's 45.
45, yeah. With a 45, Gale is able to kind of pick up where Ace started and start doing some rewiring, and is eventually able to find the Friend or Foe module, and that is where things start getting juicy. He is able to go through a series of rituals where all of the Friend or Foe identification methods are replaced. He actually grabs some of the dead fish to get signatures for the aberrations that have been found. And then also... Sorry, coughing, I'm dying over here. And then is also able to get some signatures for nearby fiends. And is able to get this robot up and running. The SDR bot kind of whirs back to life, and there's a bit of a relief when it walks right past Nomad without locking eyes with him or anything like that.
And then instantly kills Flick.
It does kind of give Flick a little bit of a look, but I have to imagine that Flick was probably used as the foundation for the signature, and then an exception was made for Flick. With a nat 20 for 45, you guys are pretty sure that this thing is going to be safe for all of you guys.
Hell yeah!
No exceptions.
Yeah, yeah.
Aww.
Later on, you can change. Later on, you can make it to against dragons.
Okay. Moat, how would you like to help get things set up for all this? If you got
Okay, so this is kind of a weird esoteric one, so if it doesn't work, just let me know.
Love it.
That list of how trustworthy all these 12 people were that you sent earlier.
Yeah.
Can I spend some time just kind of talking with everyone and trying to get everyone to put whatever their beef is in the past for like a minute?
I love it. Somebody has to play like counselor.
Therapy.
This is great. I love this a lot. I guess
I'll give him my notes if he wants them.
I know it's like more in character choice, but that's what I try to do.
No, that's great. I guess give me your choice of like an insight or a persuasion to kind of just do a little bit of like inspiring leadership to convince everybody to like work together figure out everybody's ideal roles, and start to do some organizing, to do some leadership. Ooh!
Oh, I'm supposed to be so much better at that.
Would have been 32.
That is still very good. You were able to kind of find the... you probably actually... It's the Council of Paladins that probably really starts to make things work. When you get in touch with Tolgan and Adelaide, who are among the most reasonable and, leader-adapted people here. And they begin to work with you, and they begin to explain, like, this is the issues that we've had with these people, and these are how these two work, and we can't let those two go anywhere on their own. Never let those two go anywhere in the same room together. And you begin to kind of properly divvy out roles in such a way that you think that everybody's going to be most effective. And importantly, you help to kind of work through some of the insecurities and baggage that is still lingering. Especially between, there's still some tension between Trace and Jerry. There's some weirdness going on between Sochi and Toklo. And you're able to kind of smooth a lot of things out and get people all on the same page. Let's see here. And then finally, Flick. How would you like to help?
Okay, let's see. After the whole they're watching thing, Flick's kind of paranoid, so I think he wants to go scouting, but also to thin the herd as well as he can by killing shit along the way.
Sick. So kind of like a fiendish scouting party and also, like, hunting.
Yeah.
Excellent.
But also, to avoid them seeing him, anytime he goes out, he's going to cast Disguise Self and make himself look like the Burger King.
Fuck yes. Excellent.
Because, I don't know, the Burger King seems like they could shoot Eldritch Blast if they wanted to.
You've seen him cast an Eldritch Blast.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there we go.
Okay. Awesome. Love it. Give me... I guess stealth is... Yeah, you're doing, like, infiltration and bounty hunting. That feels like stealth.
Yeah. Flick, come on. I want to look cool here. Roll better than a 2.
Disguise Self does help. It bumps it up to a 25 at least.
Cool.
You are able to do a little bit of bounty hunting, but more importantly, some reconnaissance and scouting. Let me see here real quick.
Also, may I suggest I roll 100 Eldritch Blast and we see how much damage I accumulate. And based on that is how good the combat went.
If you feel like it, you can roll 100 d10, and we'll see what happens.
Okay.
And then you need to add, 50 to that? 500 to that?
Yeah, something crazy.
Because of your charisma?
Yeah.
Plus 6 to each d10.
Yeah, plus 6 to each.
So this plus 600, give or take some hits and misses and crits.
So over.
That's a lot of dead imp. Flick kind of goes off on this little scouting, stalking party. And you just obliterate a tremendous number of imps over the course of an afternoon. And more importantly, you begin to kind of piece together some of their patrol patterns. You begin to watch and realize that they are moving according to intelligent, programmed paths. They do have schedules, they have routines that can be abused. You can... over the hundreds of years that the city has been dormant, they appear to have gotten a little bit lax. They are definitely falling on routine a lot. But more importantly, with the 25, you're able to kind of uncover a bit of a plot and get a picture of what's happening here. You can see that there is a tremendous amount of activity over on the western side of town, and it is split in kind of 3 separate directions. The first is over at the very far west, where there is the literal gate to hell. You can see that most of the demonic involvement in this town is there, where there is just a constant war going on between hundreds of fiends and hundreds of aberrations that are trying to protect the Deep Mother. And then kind of in the middle of all that are some of the corrupted aberrations which are helping the fiends. There's just this constant flow of blood and flesh, kind of like a whale fall. But there's just this war at all times going on between aberrations and fiends. as they try to push in and corrupt the Deep Mother. That is one of the big places where most of the fiends are focused, and it explains why the activity through the rest of the town has gone a little bit lighter. The second one is that inside the campus quarter over in what used to be the college, as you were doing some scouting, you discover eggs, larvae, weird giant demon fetus-like things. It appears to be a spawning ground. They have created some sort of a foothold where they are able to birth new demons instead of just exclusively pulling them through the portal. And you can also find a lot of evidence that that is closely related to the Titan. You get the sense that the Titan is somehow responsible for that and is making that happen. And is part of the reason that her patrol seems to keep going in that direction, is there's some sort of a spawning project that is happening up there. And then finally, up at the very northern part by the Arbor Chapel, this area itself seems to be kind of devoid of demons. You can sense that there is a lot of holy energy around this place. There's a constant beam of light that almost seems to shoot up through the sea and bless this chapel on the top of a hill. But you can see, and this is where you start to run into the end of your luck. Surrounding this quarter are a lot of demons that are not just unintelligent little imps and gremlins and things that are going on patrol. You start to see like Mesoloths and Arcanoloths and Yugoloths and smart things. Smart demons that are working rituals, that are trying to slowly, bit by bit, unbend the divine protections that have been put around this chapel. And you can see that they've made some progress. They are starting to peel back the divine wards that have been put on this place. This is where the smartest bits of the Pale Knight's army are currently focused. And you realize with your 25 stealth that getting caught and alerting those people would probably be very bad. And that is kind of where you realize you need to peel back off and report back to the party. But yeah, you were able to get all of that done with your scouting mission. And you've returned just as everybody else is kind of starting to wind down for the afternoon, having done all this preparation. Unless there's anything else that you wanted to get done today, you guys settle in for another rest here in your recently reinforced factory. And barring any complaints, you get another short rest, which puts it at Saturday. The next day, oh my goodness, why does this keep doing weird shit? That's fine. Yes, you stay.
Do we want to take care of the the ones trying to break into the chapel, so they don't bring down things like I was just talking to Jerry about?
Yeah, I didn't even get a chance to tell you, but yeah.
Oh, sorry.
That. Sorry, I'm making notes.
Yeah, you guys have had a chance to kind of regroup and explain everything that you found. But yeah, Fleek, if you want to report to them.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, there's a bunch of big guys over there by that chapel. Like the bulk of things, these little tiny things over here, sure, but they're really trying to get in that chapel.
Do you know how many there were?
I'm not a ranger, so I don't know the exact numbers, but can I get an average?
Yeah.
Estimate?
You would know that there were at least 3 or 4 groups of kind of like circles working together, kind of spread around, just casting rituals and glyphs and sigils. And each of those groups had maybe 3 to 5. So there's probably somewhere between 15 and 25 pretty smart demons over there.
Is there any way to reinforce the protections from here?
Maybe we could can we convert some of the energy?
Give me Arcana, or it would probably just be Arcana, yeah.
Yeah, can I do?
Could we ask Jerry?
Sure. Yeah, he'll help out whoever's doing the Arcana check.
Sure.
Does Adelaide just know what wards were put on the church? Was she around for that?
Adelaide's a paladin. She has holy magic, but I don't think she's trained in Arcana.
Definitely not.
Yeah, she would definitely know, the place is hallowed for sure. No, Matt, you would suspect that there was probably a large ritual done. Something beyond just a normal spell, but something that a whole congregation would work together and do a big ritual for. And you would know,
they're doing a counter of that, right?
They are slowly doing an unwinding ritual. You would know for sure that, like, whatever they've been doing it for hundreds of years and haven't gotten through yet. But it's hard to say how long it would take for them to finish. You would know that it would definitely be possible to reinforce it if you were to go over there with a group of religious people and do a ritual. Unfortunately, looking around, you have 3 paladins, a cleric to a trickery god, and yourself, who believes you're a god.
Our chances are very high.
So, the demons you saw there, were they roughly the same power level as the demon we fought in Customs? You think?
Boy, give me insider investigation.
Could I identify them based on their...
Yeah, you can give me religion as well. Religion would work too.
Flick, come on.
26. 34 with help.
I'm trying to help by telling you. Counts right.
I'm proficient in religion. Can I help him?
Yeah, sure, why not? Between the 3 of you, as you guys begin to piece things together, Flick retelling what they look like and how they were acting, and then Nomad and Ace kind of trying to be like, oh yeah, that sounds like an Arcanoloth, that sounds like a Noinaloth. You're able to kind of get the sense that these things are roughly between CR 19 and 13, and there's about 20 of them.
The odds aren't very good.
Yeah.
Unless we could maybe lure them into a trap?
Could possibly take out the weaker ones, but then the stronger ones will chase us.
Yeah.
And we don't want them.
No, we don't, but I don't know if we could, based on what Flick says, do we have an idea of how long it'll take him to get through it?
They've been doing this for hundreds of years, possibly.
Yeah. It would be a pretty crazy coincidence if they were to just suddenly break through right now.
That's like a D&D plot.
But,
why would that happen right now?
You know, there's also there's been some other crazy coincidences. Fate is a real thing. And fate sometimes works for evil, just the way that it works for good.
Fate. In fact, you just admitted to being evil.
You did.
Ooh,
That's a fact.
Damn it. You caught me.
How far away is the chapel from here?
I still don't have this to scale. So this is about 3 city blocks. So like 15 city blocks. You could walk there in a good 15 or 20 minutes or so. The hard part is that as the crow flies, it crosses over this big chasm. So you have to walk through demon-infested territory to get to it.
Right.
Or swim over if you have a way to swim over.
That's... How far is like a block in football fields?
Oh my goodness! I think a block is about half a football. Let me check real quick. Hang on.
How is that in feet?
Standard city block. Sure, we'll call it like 600 feet.
That's 2 football fields for those.
Which is
I
4
could
football fields.
I could just shoot the side of the building. If that's the fact, I could actually move up a little bit more, and I could just rain arrows from where we are.
Here, let me make this shit official real quick.
How many blocks away?
Wow, that is the worst color I could have possibly chosen.
That's the size of a block?
There you go. That is 500 feet per side.
Oh, I thought you were saying that we were 600 feet from the chapel, and I'm like, I feel like we would be seeing them at this point.
No, they're 20 minutes away.
I have an idea that might be helpful, either for fighting them or just for defense, but could we turn these holy water drums into explosives? Like, so it's like explosive holy water and just...
Give me Tinker's Tools or Alchemy.
I'm like looking at Gale the entire time I'm saying this.
I don't know anything about holy magic.
No, I just meant like, can we just explode this holy water and then it just rain holy water painfully, because water can be used to destroy things.
So on that same note, since we're already here, I had a similar idea, but instead of holy water, I was wondering if we could infuse a daylight spell into a bomb and have like a daylight holy water bomb.
Ooh.
Sounds like both very cool things.
Count
Why don't we
to
just-
3.
Why don't you just turn the ocean into holy water?
All right.
What
I'll
if the holy
start
water
it.
flows somewhere else while you're making more?
Fucking Castlevania
Wait,
up in this shit.
Wait, what
Entire lake.
at what point does holy water become unholy water?
What a great question.
Because otherwise, wouldn't there be a lot more holy water? If I drink holy water, do I unholy it?
Well, it would be circulating in your bloodstream for a while until you pee it out, so it makes you poisonous to vampires.
According to the Catholic Church, you can dilute it up to 49%. God. Okay,
What?
never mind. We're not doing that.
49%. That's such a okay.
I'm so. Oh, thank God. Okay, the session is almost over, and what I'm going to do immediately after the session ends is I'm going to go learn everything I can about the mechanics of holy water, because I can tell already that this is going to be fascinating. For the time being, we're going to say that 25 gold worth of silver is enough to turn about a water balloon into holy water.
What if we made a moat around the building with little fountains that just shot water up? So there's just like a whole bunch of random water spouts to hit the demons.
That does mean you're probably sitting on like 1,000 gold worth of holy water right now.
Nomad, you don't happen to know Arcane Gate, right?
Not currently.
Flick?
No.
Shit.
I like where this is going.
What level is that?
7?
6th.
6.
Nope, 6 is Circle of Death.
It's gonna be 5th in my campaign.
It's definitely not worth the 6th level slot.
Definitely not.
Yep, I regret it immediately. Also, I can't ever use it because there's people.
Push it out.
So
I can't.
Ace with your Tinker's Tools check. To make water.
With my help.
With your help, yeah. Go and give me another roll. Okay, 28.
Plus 6.
Plus 6 for 34. That's pretty good. You would know it's very difficult to make water explode, because in order to make an explosion, you have to compress something and put it under a tremendous amount of pressure, and then suddenly cause that pressure to be released. And water is notoriously good at not being pressurized, as we learned earlier.
Unless you put chemicals in it.
Yeah, so that leaves the chemical option. So you have two options here. There's mechanical and chemical. Mechanically, you can make a water sprinkler system of some sort, where you literally use a mechanical device to create pressure, and then it pumps it out and it sprays it all over the place. That's certainly an option that you could try to do. You could try to make like a sprinkler bomb, effectively. It would need a power source of some sort. Even something as simple as just like a winded gear. And that could potentially do it. The issue with that is that it's going to be less of an explosion and more of like you turn on a garden sprinkler and throw it into the middle of these demons.
Yeah, I guess alternatively we could just make water sprinklers on the ceiling and let gravity pull it from them, and it just rains into a room.
Yeah. Another hard part of the mechanical solution is like you still have to get close enough to actually do all this without being noticed. The chemical solution would be to use something like pure sodium or fire
Potassium.
or potassium, something that reacts violently with water. Yeah.
Feel like we need a lot of bananas.
And importantly, a way to refine it down to just potassium. I mean, you would be.
Oh, I have the way to do that.
Oh, do you?
Don't you worry.
I can just fabricate bananas into pure potassium.
Right. We just need some bananas.
Isn't there like a lot of potassium at the bottom of the ocean?
Fuck me, is there? I don't think so.
I don't know.
I feel like
I could be making that up.
I feel like it would explode. Yeah, if it's raw potassium, it would explode.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah. Did they change that in Tasha's, or when they added like the fake prepared spell casting?
Potassium is the 6th most abundant element dissolved in seawater.
Well, yeah, but it has to be like raw potassium to react.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyway, it is 12:30. We should start winding down a little bit, but I want to make sure that we end on something reasonable.
Tomorrow is Sunday.
Tomorrow is Sunday. Is it the plan to take one more day to rest and then pull the lever on Sunday?
Yeah.
All right.
Before we do that, I do want to ask Dupe and Trace and Jerry, like, what specifically are these rituals, and like, what is involved? Is this something that a single person could do on their own? Is it going to take all of us? Like,
so basically, the way that they explain it is once you pull this lever, all of the people who volunteer, which presumably is going to be your entire adventuring party, is going to become attuned to the entire Elbrot mind system. Every soul within every Elbrot mind within the entire planet, including, hopefully, those that have been consumed by the mind flayers, is going to form a sympathetic connection with you. And although they're not going to be able to pinpoint your location or see, it's not like they're going to have a permanent scrying on you, but they're going to be able to feel what you feel and get a general sense for the things that you do. And if you experience things that are tremendously heroic, they will feel that, and they will get a bolster of energy from that, sympathetic magic from that. You guys could split off and each do your own things. If you have big tasks that you feel might generate a bunch of sympathetic energy, you could work together as a group. They give the impression that is probably going to work better. There's a reason that big rituals usually have a big group of cultists, is because as a group you're able to generate more energy. But the basic premise is that you need to do things that generate a lot of positive emotions and hopefully good moral decision making along the way to kind of steer them in the right direction. Rescuing a troubled people, freeing slaves, overthrowing dictators, slaying Ozymandias.
right, but like
that.
Specifically, what do we have to do here? Is it just flip the lever and go?
Yeah, so it is about a 1 minute process. Flip the lever, stay close to it for about a minute while it attunes to each of you. During that time, there is likely to be rampant chaotic portals. It's very likely that you'll draw some aggro from the nearby fiends. It's also possible that during this process, because you're being connected to the mind flayers, that they might have some sort of a connection to be made. But yeah, the basic idea is hit the switch and then stay next to this thing for a minute.
Okay, so we do all have to be here.
Yeah, you'll all have to be here. After that, it's kind of up to y'all. The process ends, and then you guys can immediately split if you want to, leaving behind the other heroes to defend the place. And in fact, that might be wise, because it'll draw aggro away from the Elbrot mind and back onto you guys.
Yeah, at that point, I can just teleport us away.
Well, the thing is that for you to teleport us away, we have to get back to that, out to the coral, right? If we're bringing folks with us.
Well, are we bringing folks with us, or do we want to leave someone here to protect the Elbrot minds while we're gone?
Yeah, if we're not taking anyone else and they're just here to defend, then it's just us, and I can just use teleport.
Do we really want to leave all of them here to defend this place? Aren't they all just going to die here?
Yeah, small lizard means right. You should definitely bring me with you.
We don't have any food here.
Mulek makes it very clear that he can keep them sustained with food for as long as necessary. You guys have spent 2 days giving them equipment and weapons, all of which are magical. After a couple of days of rest, they believe that the 12 of them can probably defend this building.
From thousands of demons and aberrations that are swarming this place, which is only going to get more intense after we activate this thing.
Well, hopefully.
You don't think the ones over by the chapel are going to just turn around and come this way, do you?
I mean, why wouldn't they?
I don't know how holy rituals work. Maybe they have to do it for 100 years solid, otherwise they ends.
It's funny. The reason they want to get into church probably means that there's something in there very important. I think when we flip the switch, we should maybe go to the church after we've attuned and make that our first heroic thing.
I say maybe after we're done with whatever this ritual entails, we scout this place out first, make sure there's not 5,000 demons running this way, and if there are, then
Yeah.
Yeah,
Take-
and then Flick mentioned eggs.
Right, 1 second, I have to sneeze and I don't want to do it on you.
Yeah. Kill the eggs.
Yeah, if that's what they're spawning from, maybe that's what's making the Titans. They hatch and they become the little things that become the Titan. So it might be good to just get rid of that.
This Sunday,
Right.
I'll be able to make another Forbiddance and just blanket sweep an entire quadrant to make it demon free.
That's convenient.
For what it's worth, who is smart here? It would be Trace. Trace is the one that like masterminded this plan. Trace would probably at least have a guess, an educated guess. The Mind Flayers have a reason to want this plan gone. They would have a reason to come here, find the Central Upright Mind, and destroy it, because they might recognize that it is a danger to them. Ozymandias probably actually wants this active. This is going to be turning on the place where he has been stuck for a long time. This might allow him to, there's a good chance that you are kind of opening the gate for Ozymandias, who's been stuck in the Crosswinds for a long time. So it's possible that he might not really care, or even might want this thing to be active, and might help make sure it doesn't get destroyed. The Fiends they might be attracted to this because it's a lot of noise and a lot of magic. But they don't really have much investment in the Elbrot mine unless they figure out that there's a bunch of souls in there and they think that they could get them out somehow. So that one's kind of iffy. It's not really super clear if the Fiends are going to care much about the Elbrot mine.
Wouldn't they want it to work though? Because aren't there no souls going to hell?
That's a good point. Yeah, it's been a while since they've gotten any souls.
Maybe that's why they're here, desperate.
Maybe they're trying to actually fix it and invade. So I guess it's like
At the same time.
they're like helping while also being bad.
That is a very reasonable deduction.
Anyway, I have to go to work, so what are we gonna do?
We'll go and wrap up here. You guys can decide.
We'll discuss it over. Yeah,
we'll discuss over the week. If you guys I think the plan is to wait till Sunday and pull the switch. The big question is whether you do anything else with your last free day before then. Possibly going to check out the chapel, or possibly just kind of saving it for afterwards, or just teleporting out and letting the heroes defend it. But we'll sort that out over the course of the week.
Yeah.
Alright, my dudes.
Thanks for playing.
See you guys.
I'll
Night.
see y'all.
Ace, I'm sorry we didn't get to kill anything yet, except for some snakes.
Oh, it's fine. That was good enough. Also, we found some cool stuff. Here, just throw a monster out.